I've been bout my papyrus since I've been in it. Put me in the debate, you know I'm gon' win it. If I scream black power, don't get timid. If I say black city, I'm talking about Kemet. If I say black city, I'm talking about Kemet. Primary research and we done pushed it to the limits. All you dudes finished. The king counting cattle up with brother Reggie. When I'm in Oakland, smoke spoken, bro, they love the Chevy. Back in the day, it was the spokes on the chariot. Long procession when the king got carried out to every spot. Woman looking nice as ISIS. I read ancient texts, so my advice is priceless. Nubian gold, your ice don't entice us. Beating me harder than counting grains in your spices. Your heart was beating, but your brain dead, you're lifeless. Yo, they ain't nothing like us, yo. Don't try to make me mad. Make me smile and say you love me, man. That's real right there. Yeah, come on. You should listen to your main man's advice. Do a YouTube and apologize like Dice. On a back fade coming like the Antichrist. Egyptologist see me reading and said that I'm nice. I got a speller with your name on it. I'm like Sargon. You the type of dude wake up and your car gone. Told, cause of the money you owe. Before you stream, you should clean up that humble abode. Like I'm not in city for my woman in gold. I keep the pseudos running, people coming in droves. You catch me on a live stream with Pan-African James. When we building, call us by our African names. I'm for the children. It ain't nothing happen to change. We on that black hype, so we still packing them things for protection. Got connection, My complexion, pure black, that's the S. You love me? Show me some love. All right.
What up? What up? That became one of my favorite joints right there. But I don't even judge it no more. I just chill.
Hey, they got me really feeling illy. My mind, I'm illy. Design rhymes is really divine. I'm a killer till you feel it in your pelvis and pivot. They gave your life, now let me show you how to live it. It's crystal clear, appear vivid to the naked eye. Hidden in plain sight, it might not remain like one of them lame type the same right here playing aims. I shoot poison tip arrows out the end of my ball. And rock that leopard skin, kill so the women are numb. I'm an archer, bitch, archer, bitch, archer, bitch, archer. I'm an archer, bitch, archer, bitch, archer, bitch, archer. Knock them off, the H can't stop them off. Thought you was hard, you notches off the stinger, jinga, swinger, till you block them off. If you don't wanna box, nigga, knock it off. I'm like a minnow, tap the third. You beat me, kiddo, that's absurd. Boy, you almost cracked me up. I got 45 archers to back me up. It's like, doof. Hit it with truth, we tell it like, doof. We hit it with truth. I shoot poison tip arrows out the end of my ball. And rock that leopard skin, kill so the women are numb. I'm an archer, bitch, archer, bitch, archer, bitch, archer. I'm an archer, bitch, archer, bitch, archer, bitch, archer.
Yeah, that's right. We just chilling, we in here. Make sure you put up a comment, a like, or do something when you first step into the building. And we're going to have it popping off right. What's up with y'all? Like, comment. What's up? I see you, Jay. What's up, Sadiq? What's up, Keenan? RTP. What's up? Man, I be hearing cats on their show say stupid stuff. Chief X, Logic, all y'all, feel free to hit the link. You're going to leave looking bad. Right? There's a lot y'all act like y'all must have forgot because I ain't been on YouTube. Cats be claiming victories that didn't happen. Chief X did a video debunking himself because he used the information wrong, and he's still trying to maintain his little contentions. So we ain't tripping. We gonna get it popping like we normally get it popping. Let's see what I can play before we go.
Melodic script
like the video, let's go.
Roll through with them archers. all cool. That's in my shinu. I'm Bennu giving y'all truth. Iron core from meteorite should be chartreuse. Turbocharged the chariot and almost left Ferrari. The queen like almost Nefertari. Immortalize an image, put a figure in a figurine. Kemet, Nederet, hoop, them leopard skin kilts, yeah, the clan wear 'em. And I turn your knee suit to a fan bearer. Have my servants build a new stadium where I'ma slaughter you, surround your tomb alive with boot cranium. Remove the organs, we preserve the dead. Mummify them, then carve them a reserve here. And all your internet mans who lied with you, died with you, sacrificed their life, afterlife with you. Now I'm all in your spot, and I'm calling the shots, while your soul get devoured in the hall of my heart. Ain't a night ballin' or not, care if you ballin' or not. I'm still gonna tell you guys, go to Kemet like El Shaddai. You ain't no king, you're like Cambyses the Persian who couldn't draw the Nubian bowstring. Melt the jewels in your crown into a gold ring, refashion them after smashing the whole thing. You're like Pepe II. Too old, king. If you think it ain't black, then let me just check them. I know the syntax, every morphine and phoneme. The scholarship top line, dog, and the flow mean. And my debate to make a fraud quit the internet. Sometimes I wonder if I saw to fix this window yet. That's what you call repair, re-end. They heard the king of Nijal was a scary man, and he is though. I'm telling you, you better contain him, man. He's busting arrows at all these Mediterraneans, killing them. Now we ain't getting no views. Yeah, them flip-flops look like Tutankhamun shoes. And y'all just wiki, thinking I'm enthused. They turned Egyptian temples to churches and still say, I'm enthused. It's crazy. They just wiki, cause they lazy. So they can call me pseudo, it don't faze me. The page monetized, so crushing you clowns pays.
Well, seems we talked a long time and debated for the last 5 years over Egyptians, whether the Egyptians black or not. When it got ugly and everybody got beat up and we discredited all of their sources, everybody just at one point just disappeared. I ain't seen Gozy in hella long. Cats just disappeared. They couldn't understand it. They couldn't beat these facts. They would rather go to other pages and maintain their shit that they know got debunked over here. Right? Like this, for instance. This video that I'm going to start with 10 PhDs that you've all seen agree with what I'm saying. Yet when I initially titled the video, I titled it 10 Egyptologists that say Egyptians were black. People ignored what the scholars said and was like, oh, those ain't Egyptologists, those are just PhDs. Did a show trying to look up the credentials of each one of these people who said exactly what the title of my video say. But we here for questions and we here for debate. Watch all that shit. Let's go.
A hierarchy of race like that developed by Morton, Knott, and Glidden, and still deployed today by white supremacists, cannot be sustained if not one but two great black civilizations arose in Africa at the dawn of history. It is therefore entirely appropriate and even necessary to confront constructions of race for Nubian Egypt in the recent past and acknowledge both civilizations as African and black.
So did you face any of that type of backlash or harsh feedback from your stance on ancient Egypt?
So yes, but interestingly, I haven't received any harsh feedback from Egyptologists. When I go around and I give talks on this subject, the Egyptologists who've been in the audience of my talks are very receptive, and they think that this is really important work and that I need to keep forging ahead with it. But I have gotten negative feedback, especially over email from Egyptians. So it's an interesting conundrum where there are some Egyptians who will tell me, I mean, these are people I don't know who are just like finding out how to contact me and send me an email and say, what you're doing is wrong. The ancient Egyptian culture was not a Black culture. Modern Egyptians are not Black people. What you're doing is dangerous. You need to stop saying this, which of course, I'm not going to stop saying this. And I try to explain what my work is about. And I also try to explain, see, our perspective in America on what Black is different from a lot of the rest of the world. And so I try to explain our American context of that word. But yeah, I've definitely gotten some harsh feedback.
First off, the Egyptians, of course, were African, and we have evidence from Herodotus and other sources that Africans tended to be Black, that they were a range of colors that would...
Somebody asked, what do you mean by Black? Are you talking about dark skins only, or light skin to dark skin today, or Black, like a specific ethno-nationality? Can you define what you mean by Black? Well, it's funny that we're on the third PhD that's talking to a video audience, and all of those PhDs are using the term Black. And no one seems to be confused or seems to even have to hone in on a definition of what they're talking about. They seem to relay it as if what you know as Black is what the ancient Egyptians were. I can rewind it. But none of these PhDs think they need to define what Black is.
Constitute Black today, and they were actually, the Greek words that are used for them is Black.
Now, don't misunderstand me. I am not saying that the ancient Egyptians were not Black as we Americans perceive it. They were. The way we define Black with mixed race one drop rule, the way we define Black as a positive thing, the Egyptians were Black.
So you're suggesting maybe these people migrated north?
Yes, or their culture did, and them. Really east to the Nile Valley, east and north.
East and north.
Yeah.
I see. So today in Egypt, the archaeologists often refer to, and I've been there, to connections between ancient Egyptian culture and the Sumerian culture and the Crete culture and the Persian culture. Yet when you visit Egypt, especially around the Aswan in the southern part of the Nile, you see mostly Black people.
Yes. Yeah. And we know from the anthropological evidence that the people just predating the dynastic civilization in the Nabta Playa region were Black African people.
I can sympathize with the impulse to sort of to be very strident, to be very argumentative, to be very certain, to act very certain about the Blackness of the ancient Egyptians, because for the longest time, the very longest time, there was this prevailing idea that Black is Africa and Africa is less than, right? That no matter what happens, no matter how you cast it, anytime you fall on the wrong side of that dividing line between Black and not Black, even not between Black and white, whatever's coming from that Black side is going to be less than. And it took people being willing to challenge that orthodoxy, and sometimes in a very ill-informed way, right? Sometimes, it just took people coming up and going, I feel like this, and so I'm going to say it and make it right. And it turns out they actually were in some ways, right? Because now we can look at Egypt and say, the ancient Egyptians are an African civilization. These are people that, by and large, we probably would have looked at and thought, oh, these are Black people.
When it comes to the 25th dynasty, a lot of people are going to commonly call them the Black Pharaohs. You see it online, you know, there's books written titled that, so on and so forth. Do you feel like that distinction has to be made? And how I ask that is, I've noticed online a lot of people don't seem to think that for some reason you could be Black and be Egyptian. And I've always kind of disagreed with that, because I feel like even though the ancients weren't colorblind per se, I feel that you could be Black and be Egyptian. Would you say that is correct?
Yes, I think so. For instance, as I told you before, this kind of, for instance, of Nubian warriors that were settled in Egypt. At some time, they were living a perfectly Egyptian life, and they collaborated with the Egyptians and so on. I don't know if you have in mind, for instance, it's the representation of people carrying a Colossus statue. And there are rows of people, of young people, young soldiers, something like that. And you find Nubians, Egyptians, Libyans, and so on. There was this kind of idea that the local rulers rule, in fact, over say, multicultural society, probably in which the military component was quite important. Military contingents made Nubians of people from Asia, from Libya, and so on. So I think it was perfectly normal that these people, they were Black, so they married Egyptians, or inversely, Nubian women, they married Egyptians, and so on. I think there is some evidence, for instance, in the documents of the New Kingdom, of this kind of, of marriage between people from different geographical or cultural or ethnical roots. And I think it was no problem at all. As I said before, they could reach very important positions in the kingdom. And for instance, in the late Bronze Age, it was quite normal that very high, Nubians, a very high local position, they built wonderful and excellent tombs in Egyptian style. They reached important positions in the Egyptian administration, so on. So why not, when Black people or people from Nubia, they became pharaohs, well, they continue to represent themselves, sometimes with their very distinctive physical characteristics, and so on. It was, I think, no problem at all.
I've worked in prisons now for 18 years. That was my first time I'd been in a prison. And the teacher who picked me up at the stations, she said, well, you are looking at this as Africa. And I was like, well, yeah, of course I am. Mm-hmm. And she said, well, because she said that's how they, my students see it. And I said, well, how else would they see it? And I remember her looking slightly confused, and then the first sort of interaction I had with one of her students was he came in the room and he said, ancient Egypt is African. I went, yeah, of course. And I think he thought I hadn't heard him properly. And he said, I said it was like African, as in Black African. And I'm like, yeah, and what's your point? And I think it was only really that after that experience that I thought, am I in some kind of bubble here or something? And so I started to actually look into the sort of background, really, the sort of, which we're starting to talk about a little bit more in terms of colonial approaches, but still not directly the racism that Egyptology is founded upon. And at that point, it was almost like a sort of light bulb moment. I thought, well, why is this still the case when we, are we still stuck, 100 years sort of previously in this kind of racist ideology? Why is nobody challenging this? Because other disciplines had. So anthropology had looked very hard at itself in terms of looking at its colonial kind of past. It just seemed that Egyptology was kind of almost stuck there, and it didn't really want to talk about it. So for me, it always was African. It was a bit of a shock to me when I actually started looking a bit deeper into this, and then started having conversations with people and seeing how they responded to that.
I think that the further back in history you go, the blacker the Egyptians are. And by black, I don't merely mean dark skin, but also with other Negro characteristics.
You have spent much of your life studying the history of the ancient Egyptians. Who were the ancient Egyptians? How did they look?
Voilà, les Égyptiens anciens ressemblaient à cette terre que vous voyez. Voici le premier roi de la terre.
Here you have the first king of the earth, the very first. And the Egyptians, the ancient Egyptians, looked like this man.
Cet homme a des traits, si vous voulez, plus, comme nous disons, vous m'aviez dit tout à l'heure de ne pas employer un terme, mais sur le plan scientifique, c'est un terme consacré. En tout cas, il a des traits de la race noire plus marqués que celles de presque tous ceux qui sont ici dans cette salle.
You can see that he has those traits that are associated with the black
feature.
Those features associated with the black race, which are even more pronounced than many of the people here. It was this man who unified the Nile Valley from Upper to Lower Egypt, and this was 3,300 years before Jesus Christ.
Je passe donc, ce que je vais dire avant de passer au suivant, c'est que vous allez le voir donc déjà d'après ses traits et les traits aussi des pharaons qui vont suivre.
You can see by his features and those of the pharaohs and kings that will follow it
que les anciens Égyptiens n'étaient pas des blancs qui seraient devenus progressivement noirs et en perdant leurs traits.
You can see that they were not a people that started as whites and became progressively more black.
Mais qu'au départ, c'était des noirs authentiques qui, à la basse époque, vont se métisser avec des blancs.
They were instead a black people, an authentic black people, but which never ceased to be blacks.
Donc, attendez, je dis en un mot. Donc, vous voyez que les anciens Égyptiens étaient des noirs comme tous les autres naturels de l'Afrique, c'est tout.
You can see that the first the Egyptians were black men, like black men that you see in Africa now.
Now you see why there was no response to that video, right? You see why there was no response to that video, because there's nothing you could say. Actually, this video was over. Anybody who clicked the link thinking that they was about to muster up something to say that the ancient Egyptians ain't black, first have to get past those 10 PhDs. Right? Golly. That's so easy. So then they went and got Egyptologists, right, to try to discredit my work, and it backfired grossly. So everything that we've been teaching, you can stand on that. Then this happened.
Refuting the claims of Dr. Camilla de Biase-Dyson.
This video was so strong, it made her remember or whatever all the claims that she said didn't exist.
Thank you. So I would say here, yeah, this is absolutely a legitimate word, and what we're seeing, this is referring, like pursuant to my comment earlier, that we have this word for a black land, or being the Nile Valley, so it's actually a place name. When you have then a people added to a place, and that doesn't just go for this case as with Kemet, it goes for all place names. It refers to the people belonging to that place. So you can change the classifier. You can have a classifier that shows you a place, and you replace it with a people classifier, and it tells you inhabitants of that place.
What Dr. Camilla de Biase-Dyson says about adding the people determinatives behind a place name is true, but Dr. Biase-Dyson is limiting the semantic range of the term Kemet to a place name in order to espouse her theory. As we will see in the primary text, the term Kemet did not enter the ancient Egyptian lexicon as a place name. Therefore, there is no need to limit its semantic range to a place name only to refute what is evident in the grammar. The first use of the term Kemet in the text corpus was in Unas Pyramid, PT 246, line 368. It reads, "For you are the black ram, son of the black sheep." It arrives as a feminine form of Kem, which only means black and never meant Egypt. In fact, the place name Kemet is not found in use until the 12th dynasty. But here, Biase-Dyson argues Kemet can't mean black people because Kemet is a place name. The primary source to show Kemet was first used for black sheep is on the screen.
So this is absolutely a real word, and it is referring to Egyptians, people living in the Nile Valley, right? Because Kemet means Nile Valley.
Dr. Camilla de Biase-Dyson says Kemet means Nile Valley. Dr. Biase-Dyson, Bro, Ank, and Garfield, please provide a source for that. Which dictionary or text corpus says Kemet means Nile Valley? Does it mean Nile Valley or Black Silt? Does it not mean Black Land? Just Nile Valley? As we demonstrated with the Pyramid of Unas, Kemet was not only a place name, it was first used to say black, hundreds of years before it became a place name. Why doesn't Dr. Biase-Dyson know this?
Right, so you're saying because it's a place name, then the meaning, then the instructions of the classifier changes, because now you're dealing with a place name, so that changes. So that's what that's what's being misunderstood. Okay.
Exactly. So I just feel like I said, the reason I interpret it this way, there are two reasons why I'm interpreting this as people living inside the Nile Valley. Firstly, we have other documented cases in which you have a place name and then you change the place classifier with a people classifier and it refers to inhabitants of that place. So we have precedent there that that's the case. And the second is, as I mentioned in our conversation earlier, we don't have any documentation that the Egyptians themselves differentiated peoples according to skin color. None whatsoever.
Here, Dr. Biase-Dyson makes another erroneous assertion that we do not have evidence of ancient Egyptians differentiating people by skin color. None whatsoever. I thought scholars did not speak in absolutes. Notice that Smash is using nothing but the primary text of the ancient Egyptians to refute Dr. Biase-Dyson. First of all, the ancient Egyptian term for skin color was yenem. Why would the ancient Egyptians have a term for skin color if they did not distinguish it? Well, if we spent more time analyzing these terms, we would know this term was used for exactly that, to distinguish skin color. On the 12th dynasty stele of Mentuhotep, we read, "People are of the same skin." The TLA translated yenem as skin, but as we see, the dictionary has an option of skin color. So this could read, "People are of the same skin color." In the Great Hymn to the Sun, Kemetu praised the Aten for exactly what Dr. Biase-Dyson says did not happen. She says Egyptians did not distinguish people by skin color. The primary text called the Great Hymn to the Sun contradicts Dr. Biase-Dyson's assertion with irrefutable certainty. It's quite ironic that the text reads, "Their skin color is different because you differentiate the foreigners." Did you notice that ancient Egyptians used the term differentiate? The term was setcheni, to be distinguished. So she is wrong again. This claim has been falsified and there is really no comeback.
So the idea that this would represent people with black-coloured skin, like Kemet for the cattle refers to cattle with black-coloured hide, which is the analogy that he's drawing, I would just say it doesn't have precedent.
Here, Dr. Biase-Dyson is only revealing the extent of her knowledge in Egyptology. There is so much precedence for using Kem and Kemet to describe males and females with black skin that I apologize to my audience, for this will get a bit embarrassing. We must remember the term Kemet did not enter the lexicon as a place name. It entered the lexicon as a feminine rendering of the root term Kem, which means black. So a black masculine thing was Kem, and a black feminine thing was Kemet hundreds of years before Kemet was used as a place name. One instance in the 6th dynasty is of Pepi Ankh Kem, effectively Pepi Ankh the Black. In fact, Hermann Ranke did work on the persons and names of the Middle Kingdom where he concluded Kemet as a personal name means the Dark One. Dr. Jonathan Winterman confirmed this in a discussion with Jonathan Owens, saying Takemi was the black female one.
You could either say it's Takemi is short for Takemit. Again, so the black feminine one.
But Dr. Biase-Dyson has never seen these attestations, so she maintains they don't exist. Her limited knowledge is now what Garfield and Ankh have to stand on, but it has already been refuted with primary sources in under 24 hours. So where do they stand now? How about the ancient Egyptian named Nai-Ankh-Isesi-Kem, or Nai-Ankh-Teti-Kem? The TLA has all of these as the black one and the dark one, and Herman Ranke says these names represent physical attributes and that attribute is blackness. Dr. Biase-Dyson has been proven incorrect again, as these primary sources set precedents for using Kem and Kemet to describe people with black skin.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I can say as an Egyptologist. Just knowing the language and knowing what else we have in the language.
That's interesting. Could you go with a little more? Okay, we talked about it earlier, how they didn't call like the Nubians. They didn't refer to it. Could you go back over that a little bit?
That's right. So we have people of various shades of skin color living in Egypt in antiquity and today, and that's because Egypt is an African country, and it stretches from the Middle East into the Sudan, right? It always has, and it does now. In fact, and that's an interesting thing about the word Egypt. Sometimes people say, oh, you shouldn't be referring to it in the ancient sense as Egypt because it wasn't called Egypt then. It's like, that's fair, but the land mass itself hasn't changed spectacularly since antiquity. Okay, so this was a space in which stretches literally from the Middle East to Africa, right into Africa, and therefore also has a population that reflects that plurality of cultures. It always has, and it does now. So there are a lot of incredible Egyptians that I meet when I'm on digs in Egypt, in southern Egypt, and they proudly refer to themselves as Nubian. They are people with black-colored skin who are very proud to identify as Nubians. Nubians are an ethnic group that's always been living in Egypt and between Egypt and the Sudan, of a darker colored skin. So you have an Egypt that has always looked this way. Why would Egyptians distinguish skin color when the plurality of skin color is normal to them? Why? They don't.
First of all, a plurality of skin colors would mandate that one does distinguish and classify them, not the opposite. This is why the ancient Egyptians did. Also, you see a primary attestation on the screen where Egyptians are referring to Nubians as black, also using the term Kem. The Great Black Nubian. We see in the hymn to the Aten that the Aten distinguished people by skin color. I'm sorry, but this was another fail by Brother Ankh, Garfield, and Dr. Biase-Dyson. All of her claims have been falsified. Easily.
So yeah, I had a correspondence with her after that where she tried to basically, the correspondence ended like this. You are using the corpus correctly to make the claims you are making. So that's what that is. Now, there's a few reasons why a lot of people, even to this day, who study Egypt, even the people who will click the link and try to argue, it's something very simple that they don't understand about Egypt. I think I'm gonna let y'all hear Maria Gatto explain it. Hold up. That would have been cool, but cultural entanglement. Let me pull up this article for you guys to see. It's cultural entanglement at the dawn of civilization. Y'all can now y'all can you can understand what that means. right? I said civilization. When you go here, the document is actually cultural entanglement at the dawn of Egyptian history, all right? A view from the now First Cataract region. Now, even if you read this document, you might not have the prerequisite information for truly understanding how this is well qualified and not really groundbreaking, but it's breaking through some of the lies and things that were set up in racist Egyptology. One of the things they had to deal with when they started doing archaeology in Egypt, and I got a document on that too, was what we call the Negro problem. That the skulls they was pulling up, a lot of them seemed to match an African phenotype or what have you. You feel me? They would look like the whole skeletal body proportions and everything. They would have tropical limb proportions and all of these things that would make an anthropologist say, that's a black person. Or however they call it. They would say that's a Nilotic Negro, if you think that's more appropriate. Or whatever they would say for those people. What we fail to understand is the word Nubian has been weaponized and used to separate any body found to look like a traditional black African out of Egypt. So there's plenty of ways I could show this. Let me see if I can go to archive.com. Right? I'm going to go to an Egyptian Dictionary, Volume 1, and try a quick search for the term Negro. Right? And as soon as we come to this, something is going to start to be revealed to even the person who thought that I was just on some BS until they start watching the video to see that I'm actually standing on the work of scholars. Now, what you're going to see here is when we come to the particular term right here. Now, E.A. Wallace Budge added these vowels and transliterated this as Nashie. Right now, we would probably say it in Egyptology speak, Nahesi. I'm going to try to make it bigger. So what he's trying to tell us is the definition of this ancient Egyptian word is Negro. We know that is incorrect. But let's explain how it's incorrect. First of all, taking this term Negro that was only used for a very short period of time in history, thousands of years away from this term, and saying that these people in Africa was using this term to describe what they call Negro is simply weaponization of the term. It is because if you look at more qualified sources, and let me see what I got over here. If you look at more, hold on real quick. If you look at more qualified sources, Hey, how can I do that? Let me see. I gotta make it smaller. Trying to bust a move, but forget it. I'm gonna just close all tabs and start over. Too much stuff on. I don't think it's gonna still say Negro. Let me see. So this has been exploited over the years. This right here. The first thing we see is the sting. Actually, they want me to put this. Now we about to see how this is working. Because white supremacy wants to maintain its stance on Egypt. I'm talking about those who couldn't come to the conclusion that black people had did anything good. I just gave them a catch name, white supremacists, right? They didn't really have to be that. They just maintained this stance against black Africans, that they couldn't have did nothing. So notice how in this dictionary, now the term that says Nubian. But it's still an advancement of the same trickery. Nevertheless, this attestation would be more scholastically correct than the last one. It still is inadequate and insufficient to define to us what ancient Egyptians really meant when they said Nahasi. If we was to ponder that they meant Negro, we're pondering that they meant a race. They didn't mean that. By no stretch of the imagination, when they were saying Nahasi, did they mean Negro. So the old work of the Egyptologist has gotten updated by newer Egyptologists, and actually this is coming from Faulkner's work, where he saying Nahasi means Nubian. The reason why I say this is a better answer, but still grossly inadequate, is because at certain time periods, later on in history, we can indeed find Nahasi referred to as if it meant one particular people group. But in all, and I say all, in all of the elemental moments in ancient Egyptian society, basically in the foundational periods and coming up out of each intermediate period, they look to the south, to a particular group of people, or not one particular group of people, but to the people of the South, and this can confuse us. Because another meaning for Nahasi is, if we keep going, it should simply say Southerner. Right now, it seems like all of these definitions have Nubian, which is basically they trying to say Negro. That's still too far off of it. The most proper definition for Nahasi will be a Southerner. Let's see if I can find it. Because you find that from doing philology, reading the text, and seeing how it's used in context. And there's so many instances where we can find, Nahasi used where you can say that couldn't be referring to one particular people group here. And I don't see it defined in this book as a Southerner, but we know that'll be the primary definition if we go into a scholastic text corpus, which we can right now, right? So you about to see 3 definitions for Nashie just that fast. One of them said Negro. The second said Nubian, right? And the third is about to say Southerner first. Because this is the most accurate at right now, at least close to, I don't want to say that, but this is still a very accurate, but it's drawing on data that's old too. Let's see what it say. It's just going to go to a different source. Now, when we click on Nahess, right? That ain't the one. Right here, Nubian. Let me click on it. This just say Nubian. Let's see which one is defined as Southerner. Because they gotta have one in here. Let me see. I'm trying to translate to English. Here we go, right here. Nahessi, 72 entries, right? Now, anyone can see that now they have to put this in as the first entry for Nahessi. Now, I know this is still the prerequisite that you got to learn before I let you hear what Maria Gatto say. See, it's sometimes I could go on and on with this part right here because it's stuff we be needing to know before we can even make a fair assessment. Now that you see that the most, the text corpus, they probably relying on some old work still because they're using the vertible as a source right here, right? But nevertheless, Southerners is their primary definition for that. Now, why does that make a difference? Because just like you playing the game Operation where you grab a little thing, you can't touch the sides, Egyptologists have surgically removed every black person, the remains that look phenotypically like, okay, this is what an anthropologist will say, he was a Negroid or whatever. They remove them from the remains by labeling them Nubian. No matter where they find them. They even have, let me show you, Maiherpri. Every video you see. Matter of fact, I should go to YouTube because you're going to see me raise my contention with the person who did a very good video on Maiherpri. Here you go, right here. Watch. And on the comments, what's the first thing I'm about to be saying in the comments?
Nubian in the valley of the
Let's go look. 7 likes on the top of the comments. Smash Rockwell. Maiherpri was not a Nubian. But because he was obviously black, some have a problem calling him Egyptian. Maiherpri was Egyptian. And this is true. Nothing, nowhere. Maiherpri don't say nothing about no Southerners, no Nubians. All of he was buried in the Valley of the Kings with an elaborate tomb. But all throughout videos like this, they teaching people about the Nubian. This is the same stuff that's going on. If y'all watching this war right now and y'all looking at some of the deceptive propagandist practices, this is what they do. Take a person who never once called himself a Nubian, never said nothing about Nubia, right? And they call him a Nubian. Why? It's because he's found with dark black skin as black as his hair. So you would watch this video and think you learning about a Nubian.
Kings.
Let's listen.
Before Ramses.
Let's listen to how quick, because you know his triggers is gonna be on. Now, I'm not talking about he got his triggers on the forefront. These cells are sometimes embedded, the white supremacist cells that you were taught in Egyptology. I don't think he's going to be able to get out 1 minute without saying the word Nubian. I don't know, and I'm willing to be wrong. But I could just bet with what just like Egyptologists cannot say Kemet means black silk. No, Egyptologists cannot say Kemet means black land without saying it's because of the silk. You will never hear an Egyptologist, because they've been trained to do that. No one else does that with a definition. Tell you what it means and why it means that. They normally stop at what it means. But they're going to go to why it means that when they talk about the black land every time. Because they don't want you to think it means anything else. But I'm going to give myself, I'm about to gamble real quick and see how long it takes him to say Nubian.
Well, welcome everyone. Tonight's talk is going to be, I think, very interesting. It's about a person that's not very well known. His name was Maiherpri, the Nubian in the Valley of the Kings. Before Ramses the Great, before Seti.
All right, there you have it. And I mean, as soon as I looked up at the top, I was like, oh, well, he's going to say it very soon. That's the title of his stuff. You probably could have did a better breakdown on that. Because it's in the title. The Nubian in the Valley of the Kings. Y'all see what I'm saying? So this is the pseudo science that the weaponization of the term Nubian has allowed. And it even makes some of y'all fall for it. Because y'all be like, every time they talk about black Egyptians, they start talking about the Nubians. Now you almost can see how slipping you be. But it's a world more of this that we know while we trying to convince you of what we know. Ain't nobody just sitting on one little perspective. This is overwhelming. The Nubian in the Valley of the Kings. What the hell is a Nubian doing in the Valley of the Kings? With an elaborate tomb? That don't make no sense. That's like saying the Mexican in Arlington Cemetery. It's just like saying that. Jose Contantos, the Mexican in Arlington. You're going to be like, what? That ain't happened. Now, I'm not saying there are not any Mexicans in Arlington, but they are American. And that's my point. The Nubian, man, as soon as I looked at this, you see it.
The first and before
So they
Tutankhamun,
they cannot. They have not been trained to present a person with this black of hue as an Egyptian. Have you noticed the word Egyptian ain't even in his title? To him, he's just talking to you about a Nubian. What is a Nubian to him? A Negro. But want to know something about Maiherpri? The word Nashie is not associated with him. So this means that they take liberties with the weaponization of the term. Because first they fake defined it as Negro, then they applied it to people who they see as Negro, not people with the term next to them. That's completely not scholarship. That's building a world where your lies prevail. Anytime you see somebody black, say Nubian. But it don't work. Because then the same dark hue that you see on Maiherpri, you can see on statues of people, and people say, oh, well, it represents an Osirian tradition. How many of y'all in the chat? Now let's be, like I said, and I said this when I first started it, because we learned from the philology that when you get later in the time periods, you're going to come across a sentence where you say, in this sentence, it seems like they're talking about a group of people, bruh. Right? And you're going to do the knowledge accurately, appropriately. You're going to put that in the periodization. But you're not going to take how it looked in the 21st dynasty and apply that to your findings from the Old Kingdom. They hinge on doing that. What I mean is, if you can find, we're dealing with 3,000 years of history plus. So you can't find something that happened in a 20-year period and say that's how it was for 3,000 years. And that often happens. But I don't want to limit the use of the actual true use of the term Nahesi as more than a Southerner to a 20-year period. I'm just using arbitrary numbers to make my point. Somebody would be like, oh, you said it was only in 20 years. No, it's only in like 2 texts. How about that? And that's from my memory, and I think I'm being generous. To be generous, I'm going to say it's only in about 3 texts where you say, okay, right here, it looked like they're talking about a people group. All right? So now, I had to preamble that before I even could show us what she's teaching us, because she's not teaching at a YouTube level. She think you know some of these things already. So when she started talking about cultural entanglement at the dawn of Egyptian history, a view from the now First Cataract region, she's at a level where she thinking the students that she probably, and the audience she prepared this for, have that understanding of everything I just laid out. So let's listen to what she says with that being said. And luckily I used the voice changer. The AI to get her vocals. So here we go. And I'm not going to play much of it. I only need y'all to listen to what she says in the beginning.
The distinction between an Egyptian and a Nubian identity is something connected to the rise of the Naqada culture in the first half of the 4th millennium BCE. During the previous millennium, such a distinction would have not made sense. As previously stated, the Tarifian, Badarian, and Tazian cultures of Middle and Upper Egypt have strong ties with the Nubian Nilotic pastoral tradition, as can be inferred, for instance, by the very similar pottery, economy, and settlement pattern, and by the latest findings in the deserts surrounding the Egyptian Nile Valley.
So she said a lot very eloquently, and a lot of us probably missed what she's trying to say. Shout out to the sheriff for the contribution to the channel. I appreciate you gifting them memberships. Now look, what's one of the main things she told us? First of all, don't even get lost like she talking about anthropology. She's more or less talking about material culture, right? One of the strongest things she told us is there was, before the 4th millennium, there was no reason, you wouldn't even be able to notice a distinction between ancient Egyptians and Nubians. Now let's think about it. Since we understand Nubians ain't even a people group like that. Of course you wouldn't, because none of this stuff had been put in place for an Egyptian state that would give a demarcation line between people who rolled with the state and people who didn't. All that old race stuff and other stuff needs to be thrown out. Let's hear what she said again. And then furthermore, she said, prior to that, what did she say? She said, prior to that, the Thasian and Badarian cultures were heavily, quote unquote, Nubian related. Let's listen.
The distinction between an Egyptian and a Nubian identity is something connected to the rise of the Naqada culture in the first half of the 4th millennium BCE. During the previous millennium, such a distinction would have not made sense.
Okay. That's happened in the beginning of the 1st millennium BCE, and during the previous millennium, a distinction wouldn't have even made sense. So let's go with let's take their weapon and you know, they shoot a rocket at you. Let's ricochet it back at them. Right? Because Nubian mean Negro, remember? We only using the way they define these terms to take their weapons and use them against them. Well, if Nubian mean Negro, and in the 4th and 5th millennium, there wasn't no way that you could distinguish between Egyptian and Negro culture, that's very interesting. Let's listen.
The distinction between an Egyptian and a Nubian identity is something connected to the rise of the Naqada.
Now, if Nubian mean Negro, then the distinction between the Egyptian and a Negro identity. Again, we're only being facetious and using their logic against them. Now let's hear what she says.
The distinction between an Egyptian and a Nubian identity is something connected to the rise of the Naqada culture in the first half of the 4th millennium BCE. During the previous millennium, such a distinction would have not made sense. As previously stated, the Tarifian, Badarian, and Thasian cultures of Middle and Upper Egypt have strong ties with the Nubian Nilotic pastoral tradition, as can be inferred, for instance, by the very similar pottery, economy, and settlement pattern, and by the latest findings in the deserts surrounding the Egyptian Nile Valley.
Y'all hear that? So, however you translate that word, Nashie, in this instance, is not really working for you. No, let's just be more fair to say she's possibly using a modern day colloquialism and just saying Nubians as if they was a different group of people. Right? But she's still telling you that you would not have been able to know no difference between an Egyptian and a Nubian before the 4th millennium BCE. In their culture specifically.
Gatto, 2011b, 2012a-b, 2013. The creation of the Egyptian identity was instrumental for justifying political power and had as a consequence the creation of the ancient Egyptian concept of duality. Egypt in opposition to the others, which in a boundary region such as that of the Nile First Cataract would have been strongly and consistently challenged, particularly during a period of important socio-political changes as the pre-dynastic. The earliest evidence of the Naqada culture, phases IA and IB, comes from the area of Abydos, and from there it moved first south and then north, south of Naqada and down till the Dhaka-Sayala region of Lower Nubia. The earliest evidence is dated to Enek.
Do we understand what she's saying? She also dispels another notion that people like to try to stick to. I busted their head with this and they ain't responded because they thought the battle between North and South was modern day North and South. Golly. So let me pull up another attestation, the Narmer Palette, and let me share some more light on this palette. Now I know back when I was with the Army Rock Squad and we had that, we did a show where I was reading the Narmer Palette. If you look at Wiki back then, too bad you can't do it. But they got a lot of the stuff they say off that show. I don't care what nobody say. They probably went to Wikipedia, went to YouTube, and just typed Narmer Palette before they did that article. And they updated this article with a lot of stuff that was not particularly on YouTube. I mean, on Wiki. Particularly, this whole, y'all remember Reggie? I know Reggie remember when you couldn't find them saying this, Reggie. I mean, now they would say that these were early hieroglyphic symbols, but it doesn't say that you can attempt to read them. But obviously we know they read this one, and eventually they start making out with the rest of them. So when a brother came on here, I think it was Sarah Sin, and he was trying to game me on the Narmer Palette, I told him that, well, you wrong and you need to learn how to read, because there's the name behind one of the captives' heads that will let us think that we know exactly either the name of this person or the tribe of these people. Now, let's take this from the Blackology stance. The Blackology view is that, look, Narmer and his homies look like this, however that looked to you, and they look like this. And people be like, look, they look like the Asians. They look like, in people's little pseudo breakdown of the Narmer Palette, they look at the straight hair on these people and say, okay, they associate these people with like a modern day Asiatic from today, right? I'm not necessarily saying they wrong, but what you about to learn is going to crack your skull about what we thought about the Narmer Palette. One thing we need to look at is this. In both of these scenes, right, he already got on the crown. I repeat. And in this scene, dealing with the people we will be talking about, this ain't even a war scene. This all after everything and y'all getting beat up. This is processionary. But I don't want you to focus on that. What is significant is that Narmer in both of these scenes already got on the crown. But we believe that these are scenes of him obtaining the crown, fighting for the crown. I would refute that right now. I'm going to give evidence to refute it and to give you another perspective. This is whoever sat down and carved this out wasn't doing it during the beef. Whoever sat down and carved out this palette was recording the end of it. So what we do is say, look, they was fighting, the bull is killing the Asiatic, and we mess up Egyptian history. Let me show you why. And she's about to teach it. That's part of the conquering in my attestation, and I'm saying in my teaching, according to my research. That's showing a unified front, right? Going out after he unified what was considered upper and lower, which would now all just be upper to us today. But let's listen to how she explains it and look at the map so you can understand this. This is how Egypt was founded. Therefore, when you talk about the modern day Egyptians that are only associated with the North, none of them had anything to do with the conflict that unified Upper and Lower Egypt, because Upper and Lower Egypt at that point was way down here. This area up here was like flim-flam land, and we're going to talk about it. After they unified all of these people of the South, they came together and mashed out all of these people up here, which ain't the unification because they already unified upper and lower, as she's about to say. But people don't listen. Let's listen.
As the pre-dynastic.
The earliest evidence of the Nakata culture, phases IA and IB, comes from the area of Abydos.
Now let's stop, because again, there's a lot that some of us don't know. I know the people who watch this show know. When people say Nakata culture, they're talking about what we call ancient Egyptians. All right? So she just said the early, well, I have to give a side note to that. The only other thing that'll probably rival no, that's true. The Nakata culture is their first archaeological, you could go to Fayum, you could go to other areas. I'm not saying they were not smaller little cultural polities that they suggest, but they weren't what grew into what they call the ancient Egyptian civilization. All right? So what they telling us is the ancient Egyptian, what we know as the Egyptian civilization, grew out of this location. Y'all see that? Nakata. Let's see how far down that is on the map. Y'all see that? Now what we about to learn from what she's saying is in this battle that we see recorded, and she also said a Nakata up to the areas about Abydos. Here's Abydos. Y'all see that? Nakata. Let's listen to exactly what she said so we can get a further understanding of how people who try to disregard the southern element, which was actually the key fundamental foundational element of establishing Egypt, people try to disregard it because that's where you find the black people. To this day, like Deontay Wilder. Let's listen to the teacher tell us.
Political changes as the pre-dynastic. The earliest evidence of the Nakata culture, phases IA and IB, comes from the area of Abydos, and from there it moved first south and then north.
The earliest evidence of the Nakata culture, which is the ancient Egyptian, oldest ancient Egyptian extraction, comes from Abydos, right here. Now, what does she say? It moved south, then north. There's your unification. See, when they went from here and down and teamed up, fought whatever, did whatever they wanted to with these group of, I want to say, Southerners, and this is traditionally what they would call Egyptian Nubia. They got together, then they went north and mashed everybody out. So what I need you to know is Abydos, Nakata, and the original extraction of what they call Egyptians made a southward move first, as she's about to detail.
South of Nakata, and from there it moved first south and then north. Evidence of socio-political changes as the pre-dynastic.
Here we go.
The earliest evidence of the Nakata culture, phases IA and IB, comes from the area of Abydos, and from there it moved first south and then north, south of Nakata and down till the Dhaka-Sayala region of Lower Nubia.
Now, they went all the way down to the Dhaka-Sayala region of Lower Nubia. I don't see that on the map, but I think that's between the first and second cataract. If it's between the second and third cataract, then they would have went way down here. I doubt they went that far. Shout out to Jimbo for the contribution. Right? Now, what we learned in this, I was a little bit misled in two instances. I thought Nubians meant black people. And I thought when they said the Battle of the Upper and North, I thought that included this area up here. But it never did. I'm going to show y'all why. Because this is just the initial unification. We had unifications that took place all throughout the time. And there was only one unification maybe coming up out of the third intermediate, coming up out of the second intermediate period, right? Where we find a king in the north strong enough for them to be tripping off. In the first intermediate period, they had a king Kemet. They didn't even pay that. I mean, somebody tried to call himself a king in the north named Kemet, didn't pay him no respect. It's always the southerners who come up and smash out whatever is in the north and say this is what it is. If I'm lying, prove me wrong. But let's let her continue.
The earliest evidence is dated to Enek, c. 3700 BCE. Regrettably, archaeological evidence of human settlement during the 5th millennium along the Egyptian Nile Valley is rare and inconsistent, contrary to what is recorded in the deserts.
I need to rewind it so that y'all can bang that in their head that that earliest Egyptian stuff went south and then they went north.
Enek, c. 3 earliest evidence of the earliest evidence of the Naqada culture, phases IA and IB, comes from the area of Abydos, and from there it moved first south and then north, south of Naqada and down till the Dhaka-Sayala region of Lower Nubia. The earliest evidence is dated to Enek, c. 3700 BCE.
Now, y'all got to remember what her first sentence started out by telling you, that before this time period that she's detailing now, it would not have made any sense to make a distinction between an Egyptian and a Nubian. Now she's telling you at the break of dawn, as soon as you first can make this distinction, the people who you can make the distinction went south first. Then they went north. So what do you think that's telling you in the sense of war and fighting and everything? First, you couldn't tell the difference between them. Then they say, okay, we're going to make a distinction between us, but first we're going back down south because we got to go north for some other reason. So to me, I think they went back south to do what we call this unification, right? Or to however it occurred, however you want to envision it, but I'm starting to envision it less like it was detailed to us like some big-ass battle. I think they got together and went north with most military actions. But let's hear how she details it, and I always got to let y'all hear it over and over because she's saying what I'm saying in different words.
First south and then north, south of Naqada and down till the Dhaka-Sayala region of Lower Nubia. The earliest evidence is dated to Enek, c. 3700 BCE. Regrettably, archaeological evidence of human settlement during the 5th millennium along the Egyptian Nile Valley is rare and inconsistent, contrary to what is recorded in the deserts. Unless covered by Nile silt, in the region under discussion, the development of a long-term occupation appears to be in concurrence with the southward spread of the Naqada culture. As previously stated, it is highly unlikely that the arrival of Naqada means migration of people from the north, colonization and domination of the local.
Did she just kill y'all? As previously stated, it don't seem like the arrival of Naqada people had anything to do with migrations from the north. This is the north. These people arriving right here in Naqada have nothing to do. The founding civilizations of Egypt have nothing to do with migrations arriving from the north. Let me rewind that.
Previously stated, it is highly unlikely that the arrival of Naqada means migration of people from the north.
It is highly unlikely that the arrival of Naqada means migration of people from the north. We already know where they came from. We learn it in this class. Brother Reggie teach it. Every archer teach it. The Green Sahara, most possibly. But let's listen.
Colonization and domination of the local communities. The interaction sphere model helps in interpreting the process as a possible spread of an ideological system based on a shared set of beliefs and practices on both personal and public levels. The Nakata material culture being accessible to many people, as it is suggested.
I ain't even planning to play that. All I wanted y'all to hear was the beginning. I'm going to play it one more time now that she can understand everything she's saying, and we're going to move on.
The distinction between an Egyptian and a Nubian identity is something connected to the rise of the Nakata culture in the first half of the 4th millennium BCE. During the previous millennium, such a distinction would have not made sense. As previously stated, the Tarifian, Badarian, and Tazian cultures of Middle and Upper Egypt have strong ties with the Nubian Nilotic pastoral tradition, as can be inferred, for instance, by the very similar pottery, economy, and settlement pattern, and by the latest findings in the deserts surrounding the Egyptian Nile Valley. Gatto, 2011b, 2012a-b, 2013. The creation of the Egyptian identity was instrumental for justifying political power and had as a consequence the creation of the ancient Egyptian concept of duality, Egypt in opposition to the others, which, in a boundary region such as that of the Nile First Cataract, would have been strongly and consistently challenged, particularly during a period of important socio-political changes as the pre-dynastic. The earliest evidence of the Nakata culture, phases IA and IB, comes from the area of Abydos, and from there it moved first south and then north, south of Nakata and down till the Dhaka-Sayala region of Lower Nubia. The earliest evidence is dated to Enek.
That ain't what we was taught, huh? People on YouTube today be using sources from the 1800s. Cats on YouTube today, Eddie K came on my show with a book from 1918. Telling me about the Medu Neter. And y'all be thinking I'm being harsh. My line of interrogation get to the point. Because at the end, y'all be seeing, oh, hell no, he was right. That book was really from 1918. Why? Because I know the material. Ain't nobody teaching that the second animal on a standard ate the first and conquered the first. It's going to make a student say, where you get that from? So we see we've been had, but let's talk about it. Because they be acting like the modern Egyptian who got 65% West Asian DNA is the ancient Egyptian. How? Sway. I thought if you had West Asian DNA, you from West Asia. Don't we in Black America go get DNA tests? And y'all be saying y'all the indigenous Americans, and y'all go get a DNA test and you got West African DNA. Well then, if they go get a DNA test, they got West Asian DNA. If we West African, they West Asian. Ain't no way around it. Their modern day Egypt, and I'm on it like that. And I would like one of them to come in and prove their lineage and get beat the brakes all the way around YouTube. It's questions even your best historian can't answer. We could document, it's documented in history, the expulsion of people who would match the whatever phenotype y'all want to call it. I'm going to say black people. It's documented. Man, I can show you one document right now. Bow. Did I hit that off? Let me see. Do I want Asarhaddon or Sennacherib? Let me see. Don't y'all remember that Nubian means Negro. Well, I need to go to Sennacherib. His prism. Sennacherib's prism. Remember that. P-R-I-S. Let me see. Sennacherib's, no, it ain't on his prism. That's something else on his prism. Don't remember that. I can pull it up and please. So when you remember the word Nubian, now what you're going to look at is what? That they take all Southern contingencies, Egyptologists take all Southern contingencies and act like they're one thing. And guess what's another term that we find mixed in there? We find the term Cushite mixed in there. Now, what y'all see right here, we see icons, I guess, of two rulers. One apparently black African, by you can see that right in his phenotype. But they allow that to remain like that because they already told you these were the black pharaohs. So no need to break off his nose. It's funny and strange enough that no one wanted to break off their noses and shit. Like, if everything was consistent about not letting your successor live in the afterlife, we got too many Kushite statues where none of the noses and shit is broken. Right? It go right along with their theory of, let's say these were the black ones. So that people will think other ones were not black. But let's go down here. Because this is what we about to start. Look, nope, this people drinking from the water. I probably got better images of this on my own website. Golly. I'm gonna go to my website by typing Rap God WordPress, and then I'm gonna type. If y'all want to find this document, I think I'm gonna type Not City. I think it's in this first one. Now, when we look in this, we're gonna look at an attestation of the expulsion, the literal conquering of the Egyptian fort by Assyrians, and the actual escorting off the people. Remember when Nubians meant Negroes? So I guess they escorting off the Negroes. But it's something I can show you in here. All we got to do is look at the gross detail of this photograph. And this is not my original work. This was found on a website that we could probably find, but I can't. Well, I'm a snip it so you can see. Now, the captive warriors being escorted out, taken into captivity, whatever you want to say, being forcibly removed. You know, the ones being forcibly removed, they bear all the insignia to let you know. Now, I want something to focus on something that I noticed a long time ago. This head that is cut off here, he's holding a Nubian head by the feather. Now, when you investigate these people, we see multiple tribes. But what these people represent are Egyptian and Kushite, right? But you want to say Kushite is Negroes. Then you see these feathers right here. This represents a contingency above Kushites and below Egyptians that we traditionally call Nubians. Are they not being, see, I can show y'all more than one time what the traditional contingency of Egypt is being forcibly removed. I could hop so far in history and show you the same thing, where they making all the natives flee to the south. Now, just like Cleopatra, if you ain't tied into the south, you can't flee to the south. Period. Just like the pharaohs who rivaled who? Mentuhotep and the Intefs, if you ain't got no line in the south, you can't turn to the might of the south. A term Egyptologists translate as Negroes. You can't turn to the might of the Nashie. You can't turn to the might of the Negroes. Use their weaponization against them. If that means Negroes, why y'all need to go to a king will come from the Nashie? A king will come from the Negroes? It means South in that instance, huh? Don't nobody want to say that this is not an attestation of black people being expelled from Egypt? Because they'll lose. And who are they being expelled by? Assyrians. Did I make that up? All right, let me look at another expulsion. And you got to remember, see, I could show y'all when the black people, when they got a lot of black people up out of there. Right? But I want to see one with these numbers. Here go Diodorus sack of Thebes. But this ain't the one I want. There are more than one sack of Thebes, and this is how we know Thebes actually had walls. You probably won't hear many people teaching that, but they ain't pulling from primary sources. When they roll up on Thebes, well, this is, again, a different sack of Thebes. It's a battle of Thebes with Alexander. That's not what I'm talking about. But they exposed that every sack of Thebes. So this is why I need you to understand this. Thebes was encircled by gates. I will propose Thebes was encircled by walls, even though they haven't found them. All the text attest to them. When Aunt Teffy went to Thebes, he said the Thebians would not come out of their gates to fight. So if you want to fight somebody and they won't come out, they have to have a fortification that they can stay within in order to not come out to fight you. Because if they're exposed, you can initiate the fight as you so choose. That's all the way back to the Old Kingdom. Now, when you go to any of the sacks of Thebes, and I was thinking about an earlier one. This is 335, but I'm thinking of one that had dealt with some of those Assyrians, if I'm correct. So I'm just gonna type sack of Thebes in here, and hell of it should pop up. Let's see. The Assyrian plunderer, the Cushite. Can y'all read it? You got to remember Cushite mean Negro too. Because if they want to try to, I'm using their weapon against you, it really don't mean that. But they weaponized these terms and they said, oh, when you see Nubian, just say Negro. And then Cushite is a subclass of that. So this is the Assyrian plunder of Cushite Thebes. Now, in this tale, I told you this is another sack of Thebes, 300 years before that last sack of Thebes. Now, if I go back to the map and show you where Thebes is literally on the border of what we would call Egypt and Egyptian Nubia. Meaning that from all time periods, and y'all need to understand this and stop listening to what these fake ass teachers be saying. From all time periods, when they installed, well, this term wasn't installed in all time periods. It started about the 18th dynasty, but there was a preceding term that meant the same thing. It just wasn't as big and royal. The Viceroy of Kush, right? What was his domain? Viceroy of Kush, you know, the person responsible for anything dealing with Kush from the Egyptian perspective, his domain was from Thebes down. You think I'm lying? Look it up. To ancient Egyptian, everything under Thebes at one point in time, and I cited at the 18th dynasty when the term started, everything under Thebes, well, let me make sure I'm saying that right so we won't, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, correct. Everything under Thebes, not including Thebes, but Thebes down, the Viceroy of Kush had reign over that territory. So what would that tell you? We got options of what that would tell us. A, they considered that area part of Kush. B, there were so many Kushites or people, Cushitic people in that area in that time period that they would reference to the Viceroy of Kush to handle that. Because the Viceroy of Kush is always going to be a what? An ethnic Nubian during most time periods. They bear names like Nahesi, Pa-Nahesi, Phineas, that mean a Nubian. Those would be the names of various viceroys who had rule from Thebes down. So then we can conclude from the ancient Egyptian perspective, from Thebes down, you start to get into Black Egypt. Now don't get that twisted. We already laid out just 2 nomes above. This is all the founding areas of what we call Egypt. No one can refute that. You got Nakata right here, Abydos right here, Thinis right here, Combe Ombo right here. So why would that be significant that from Thebes down all was considered Kush? Because this is Thebes and we're talking about the sack of Thebes. And whenever Thebes got sacked, where did people go? South. They went to the south. They went back up into the areas, they say the area of the Negroes, into Nubia. But I want to see how many people got expelled from Thebes. See, this is what I was showing y'all earlier. But they say this is a sack attacking Memphis. So they coming upriver from the north, you see what I'm saying? And they coming south, but they going up. So they going to eventually get down to Thebes and try to pull off the same thing. Basically, my point is there is no escape to the north. If you try to escape to the north, you're running more into the enemy's fortified territory. Right? I'll try to speak on the Mamluks. Hopefully I'll be able to get to that time period. Yeah, I will skip to that time period. We'll talk about that. But on learning of these events, Asher Banapal, I wasn't reading this. I'm sorry. I was looking for something in particular to see if they had a certain number of how many people fled during this sack. Because one of these, I think I recorded a number of 30,000, and then I recorded another number of 120,000 in these time periods when there were not as many people fleeing original people getting smashed on and fleeing, right, to the south. Here you see they went down all the way as far as Napata. All right, here we go right here. I just want to read this. Concurrently or soon after the sack, the Kushite army withdrew from Egypt in large numbers. A monumentous event that now don't think is limited just to the Kushite army, but Kushite army withdrew from Egypt in large numbers, a monumentous event that was still remembered some 200 years later and gave rise to Herodotus' story of 240,000 Egyptian deserters. See how they tried to frame it? Herodotus didn't say the Kushite army. Herodotus said 240,000 Egyptian deserters settled in Nubia. See, I'm giving y'all sources and fact material when they say, well, where all the black people go? I'm going to ask you a question after this that you won't be able to answer. But y'all can see that, and that's just Herodotus. Let's keep going because we got other attestations of these expulsions. Right? Black African. Nothing y'all can say. All them modern day, y'all got y'all on that bullshit. They got West African DNA. They got West Asian DNA, just like I got West African DNA. Right? So if I'm from West Africa, they from West Asia. Nothing you can do with that. Dang, hold on. I closed down too much stuff. Did I close down that much stuff? Well, I was just showing you this one particular sack, the sack of Thebes. I wouldn't just leave it at one attestation. A tradition developed to when Egypt got invaded, they flee to the south, right? Into the areas of the domain of the Viceroy of Kush. They go into the black area. They go into Nashie land or Negro land. As a matter of fact, you can put Negro land in this book, bro. Let me show you. This is probably the wrong book. But he gonna go as far as to say Negro land, yo, in his other book, part 2. Let's see if we can get the second volume up. I just want y'all to trip off this. Like the ancient Egyptians, he wants y'all to believe the ancient Egyptians was calling a particular area Negro land. If y'all enjoying the show, feel free to contribute to the channel. It's all good. It helps keep the show going and help keep me motivated to get out here and disseminate the truth. It is Smash Rock at Cash App, or you could just hit the little contribution button to let people know you feeling this. Now let me go right here. Negroland. Negro land. I went to another book real quick. See if I can find it. How preposterous, how crazy is some of this stuff. Look, they want you to think ancient Egyptians had a Negro land. Let me show you. And y'all be following this stuff. Look, speech of Negro land. And he called it Chedet. I would say Jedet. And now, let me ask y'all something. Oh, the word he talking about down here is Nahes. and it got a hand to the mouth, and so he's saying that's the speech of the Negro land. All right. So yes, he do have a Negro land in here. Multiple times in Negro land, if y'all believe that. Yes or no? Do y'all believe the ancient Egyptians? I just need to know in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you believe the ancient Egyptians thought that Nashie indicated Negro land. Please, and put a 2 if you think it didn't. And I'm about to go to some primary attestations and we can see why they determine it's better to put Southerners here, but nothing here says Negro land. Put a 1 if you think it actually meant Negro land, y'all. If you put a 1, man, you get... I'm telling you right there. Put a 2 if you think that's preposterous. Thank you. Thank you, Meadow. Yeah, it's preposterous. How could they be talking about Negroes, man? This is stupid. This is in the middle of Africa. Not the middle. I need to see more 2s, no 1s, man. Don't. If you put a 1, if you feel that way, put a 1. But I'm not inspired to see 1. Thank you, Shamsu. Man. So now what we're about to do is go into a text corpus. Because whenever you want to beat the brakes on somebody, you go all around every angle. You don't just look at the skulls, even though we just got through looking at the archaeology. The archaeologist told us, man, there wasn't no difference between no Nubians and no Egyptians until they drew a cultural distinction about the 4th millennium. So hopefully this is sorted on this new TLA. Let me see. Because this says, what time period is this? I'm just trying to look for the time period. They don't seem to show it on here. But first of all, this is just so wrong. But look at this. So much wrong about this. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I agree with that, rather. He said their reference was the flow of Nile and plants in a group of people. Word up. Now, but let's just look at this real quick and say, wow, this is very problematic. Because they list this, yes, it's listed by time period. Jer is damn near the 2nd dynasty. I know this ain't the 1st dynasty, but look at this. They trying to tell us this bow should be translated as Nashie. I'm going to make it bigger, y'all. Everybody watching knows that the bow is not transliterated Nashie. No, I'm saying everybody who studied that be watching, we know the bow is most often, well, there's a few ways to transliterate it, but in the sense of a Southerner, you translate it as Seti, right? If you just talking about a generic bow, it'll be Pejet. But this, they say, is Nubian Hotep in the 2nd dynasty. I would say this is probably Seti Hotep. And, I mean, it's not a big deal. It represents a person from Taseti. They write about that. So call him a Nubian Hotep. I just think they transliterated it wrong. Unless somebody in the crowd could audience in the chat could correct me. Right? Now look at what we're looking at. We're looking at Old Kingdom attestations, and I don't want to say this is to the term Nubian because they just forcing this on here. This bow, let me show you in a dictionary. When I put STI, you're gonna see that bow, right? Well, let me show you. You're going to see that bow. I'm about to open up the chat. Hopefully we can have a good show. But hold on, though. I got to keep busting these clowns out because I'm making a long point. Some of my points take 30 minutes to make. I'm still making the point that the modern Egyptians is just invaders, and y'all tried to fight that shit, but I'm putting it on you with sources. I just passed it up, the Seti bow. Look. Y'all see this bow right here? Now, they are saying Seti means Nubia, but there's no way you can transliterate Nashie out of this. You got to put Setiu. Reggie know that. Everybody know that. So when we come over here, this isn't Nashie Iti. The Nubian has come. It'll be more like the one from Tasseti has come or something like that. Right? So remember, the first two, now I got to show this because it's going to show something. The first two we find are actually cemetery inscriptions of some Nubians who got some accolades. But then when we come to the third inscription, look at what it says. 1,700 Nubians were captured. Now, really, if you click into this, it don't even say nothing else. So they act like it's a rock somewhere in the world where they only wrote this on it. That could be true, but it seemed hella weird to me. It's not a broken off section. It's not anything. It's just a rock. Look where it say rock inscription, right? And all that's on the rock is these three words. So I'm not mad at that because I like to do honest scholarship. Two were positive. One said 1,700 Nubians were captured. You keep going. The next one say the Nubian, the follower of Maiherpri. This is in the Mastaba of Nesut Nefer. So this is a royal person during the time period of Sahura. Right? Now let's go back to what they said Nubian meant. Remember? It's supposed to mean Negro, remember? This works against them because in the second, what dynasty? Sahura, this might be second, third still. Right? We got a Nubian, a royal man, his name written into the Mastaba. If this means the Negro, then this says the Negro, the follower of Maiherpri. But I don't want to go too far. I'm just showing you this. You see these Nubians up early, right? I mean, you see this Nahasi use. Now let's look at this one. When we find Reggie, this is my argument that Nahasi is not problematic when we translate it as Southerners, as they do here in the 6th Dynasty attestation. We find Nahasi in juxtaposition to terms for northward often. So you're not going to find Negro in juxtaposition to northerner. They'll say the Nahasi, the Maheti, and this is a different term. They would be just trying to talk about Tamehu. And this was pointed out to me, let me give props, by Camilla Biase-Dyson. The one point I had to give her is she did make a good point, and I added it to my research, and she told me to add it to my research because she's a scholar. So you can find the Hesse in more than juxtaposition because I need the left and the right too. Meaning juxtaposition being just opposite this term, but we can also find it when they're representing cardinal points. And those who represent the South are the Nahasi. But in this text, it says directly, the Southerners, when they travel northwards. Nahasi. This is not any particular people group, and we could go in and get more of the context. And there's plenty of these when we find Nahasi in juxtaposition or whatever to north. Here's another one. Another one. The Southerners, when they travel north to the place of residence of the officials. Nahasi just means Southerners, but I made that point already. I'm on to my point of showing how these modern Egyptians Never left. Now check this out. Every Nubian and every Nubian woman from Yam and from Mawat. I don't think this is translated correctly. They just saying Southerners. Yeah, every Southerner and every Southern woman. Every Nubian and every Nubian woman. Let's look. It says Neheset. See, you got to say that right. Neheset. It's just like so these terms will, how do you say a Southerner in the feminine gender? It's something we don't do. We just say Southerner, but this, I would have to argue, is talking about a Southern man or Southern woman from Yam or Wawat. What it does not say is a Negro man and a Negro woman. You can put anything else you want to put on there, but it just ain't saying. Every Nubian man and woman from Wawat. This is, I think, I'm not familiar with this unless it say this is Peppy. I would love to, we're going to do that. Every Nubian man and woman from Earthet, Yam, Wawat. All right, I'm about to get off this because I got stuck on it. I want to get back to showing those invasions. Now, I will argue that if we need to debate it, I can show you that when you get in on the attestations of the sack of Thebes, they record their expulsions, as I showed on Sennacherib's stele or what have you, right? This is what I need a modern Egyptian to do. Because if you arguing that you was there since ancient times or whatever, the argument will be to just show me that factually. If you saying the West Asian DNA that I have that in my constitution has been in this area for a long time, that would be a cool argument to make, as long as you're acknowledging that that's West Asian DNA and that came from somewhere else, right? Now it says, I never let any produce go to loss or any acculturated foreigner, or they say Nubian. See, now this is more appropriately translated as Southerner. And you would definitely be losing what he's saying here if you just translate this as Nubian, as if he's talking about a people group. Any acculturated foreigner, where that's at? Huh? So I'm looking, Shem Ma'au, Nebu, Ma'au. I think this is what they're talking about. I don't know how. Product of the foreign land. See? Never. They go to product. So where's the acculturated foreigner? All I see is maybe they're saying this is acculturated. A person who speaks a foreign language, an interpreter, Jew, over here, Jau, or whatever. But anyway, I would even argue, they're not talking about a race right there. I think that's better. Now let's see. I collected all the gifts of the father with lost and collected previous expeditions of the mind, lost Nubians and the palace troop. I don't know how to look at that, but you might want to say that if you were looking for attestation when Nubians are referenced as a people group, you might not want to throw this out. You'd have to say, are they saying Southerners and the palace troop? You feel me? People of the South. Now look at this. Nubian blank the Asiatic burning here. Really can't make sense of that. But I looked at enough of that. I would like to ask these simple questions. Let me see. we can show, and we just looked at, and we're looking at here, when the Assyrians came into Egypt. So people like to argue that when the Arabs came in and took over Egypt, it was just a military blah, 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 and not a lot of their people settled there. It's complete bullshit. They just make that up. I don't even know why they say that. Who take over an empire and the people don't come and exploit the land? I don't know. But I know if we just took a little piece of Mexico right now, Cat's gonna be trying to figure out how much property costs there. I don't know what y'all. It'd be hella fake. But more. The scholastic question will be, after this incursion upon Egypt that forced the Kushite dynasty south, when did Sennacherib or the Assyrians, when were they forcibly removed from Egypt? Their people. Show me that when the Greeks came in, or what have we, well, it was a lot of transition between these time periods. So we could talk about all of those transitions in succession. Right? But you would have to show when any of the people who show that they came into Egypt in great numbers, when did they leave? When did the Persians leave? I don't remember no attestation about no Persian expulsions. Are you seeing people being led out by the hundreds? When did the Greeks leave? The Greeks and the Romans look so much alike. How would they even know how to? They just gonna look at clothes or something. How they gonna know, oh, you gotta get up out of here? They had Greco-Roman culture. Roman Greco, whatever. So I'm asking, when did the Persians leave? When did the Assyrians leave? You pull up one document like I'm doing now that details when these foreigners, when these invaders left. The closest thing you're going to be able to find is the expulsion of the Hyksos. And that's not going to answer none of these questions, because that's way before all of these invaders that you descend from. The modern Egyptian is a collage of all these people who ruled in Egypt. Like, do that sound offensive? It's just facts. How could that be not facts? Thank you, Chris. And we're getting up to those time periods. And what we need to understand is, lo and behold, Egypt was black all the way up into the 1900s. Put it this way. You go and find me in Arabic literature any Muslim claiming the greatness of Egypt. Got him. Got him. Those are all somebody else's pagan religions to them. If you want to come on the show and refute what I'm saying, go into your sources right now and find any attestation of the Greeks leaving Egypt. and show it on my show. Find any attestation of the Romans leaving Egypt. To this day. Like when the Romans fought with the Arabs. All you got to show is when the Arabs kicked them all up out of there like that, and then I'm going to say, okay, they was amalgamating to society. I got a whole document on what it would take to be considered an Egyptian during Roman Egypt, basically. Like, you know what I'm saying? And so you got to think about hundreds of thousands of years. What about the Turks and the Mamluks, who in the 1800s, let me show you, people who you would try to claim, let me see, as an Egyptian today, 100 years ago, they wasn't even trying to claim that. That's a modern phenomenon, and I'm going to show you who started it. See, there's something we don't even know about. I could just pop all these terms in any encyclopedia. Pharaonism. Right, look. Did y'all know about that? Did y'all know there was something called Pharaonism? What is it? Do you believe that this is when the modern Egyptian right now decided that they was going to start saying that they was related to the ancient Egyptians? I kid you not. Did you know that? Did you know that just like in Israel, and they said, oh, you know what? We the Jews now. We gonna be some Russians and we gonna convert. We called Khazars, and our king said we the Jews, so we the Jews now. That's a fact. I can pull it right up. The king of Khazaria wanted to become a Jew, so he converted, and his whole nation had to convert. And they turned into the Jews. Same thing with Pharaonism. When they declared, you know what? Instead of saying that all these statues was down with some old pagan religion, I think it would be better for us to attach ourselves to it. Now, let me read this to you. Pharaonism was an ideology that rose into prominence in Egypt in the 1920s and 1930s. A version of Egyptian nationalism, it argued for the existence of an Egyptian national continuity from ancient times to the modern era. So you trying to tell me before 1920 you wasn't arguing for a version of Egyptian continuity? That mean the fix is in. Because your grandmama and your grandmama would have been arguing for a version of Egyptian continuity if it was real. Because they would have been the continuum of that. You wouldn't have to wake up one day and decide like some dudes in America who decided that they're a Hebrew Israelite. Or like some dudes one day who just decided what? That they was an indigenous Indian. Do y'all see this? Y'all didn't even know this, huh? I'm not saying that like I know more than you. I'm just like, there's stuff we don't know that we be forming our opinions too quick. Do you know that they made a, just like Council of Nicaea type decision to say, you know what? I think it would be good for us to say that we are related to the ancient Egyptians. Yes or no? Come on, we about to take a song break, man. We build into. Matter of fact, it's 2 hours because I can cook on this for the next 24 hours. This the topic I'll be avoiding talking about because I beat the brakes off them so hard. It ain't been a person that came on the public forum with nothing to say. And I'm saying that, poking you right now while you watching, because I'm about to share the link. You won't have shit to say. All them motherfuckers is invaders. Black African power. And that's what it is. They invaders, they descend from invaders. They took over a land, just like we seeing happening right now in Israel. Period. You telling me the state of Israel ain't some other people who just plop down on some other people's land? Well, what if they're successful in doing what they're doing? What will people say 200 years from now? It will be somebody who descended from a Palestinian saying, you tripping, this was our land. And y'all will be like, it wasn't no Palestinians over here. Y'all like part of the state. Half these dudes is puzzled. I don't fuck with them, trust me. Man, we need to play a video game where we can shoot each other. Y'all will be like, damn, we can't even get him on the game. That boy bad. I will mark all y'all. Let's all get on a game, and I'm gonna come hunting people down. They gonna be like, how you keep coming getting dudes? This shit must be real. All right, I'm getting off the point. I'm about to play an intermission. This one I'll be needing my intermission because I gotta go get some water. My mouth's so dry because I'm bumping my gums. I'm gonna open up this. Oh no, we didn't finish teaching y'all about this shit. Excuse my language, but sometimes I get juiced. Let me just read this, right? I'll be playing a game called Vigor, Chef, on the PS5. Vigor is crazy, and it's just like that. Look up Vigor. That shit is kind of cool. But Pharaonism was an ideology that rose up in prominence in Egypt in the 1920s, 1930s. A version of Egyptian nationalism, right? So the whole nation, this the way they're about to establish their nationalism. It argued for the existence of an Egyptian national continuity from ancient times to the model, stressing the role of ancient Egypt and incorporating anti-colonial sentiment. Pharaonism was most notably advocated by Taha Hussein. The movement largely faded by the 1900s after it failed to resonate with most Egyptians. So look, in the 1940s, most Egyptians were still saying, hell no. In the 1940s, most Egyptians were still saying, hell no, we ain't related to, yeah, I think it's a free game too. Hell no, and my name's Smash, we'll hook all that up. They were saying we ain't related to the ancient Egyptians. Can y'all read this? In the 1940s, Pharaonism had faded. So they was like, nah, fuck that. We ain't saying we related to this old ancient Egypt shit. But it had a resurgence. Now let me show you. Having failed to resonate with most Egyptians, then was superseded by Pan-Arabism and Islamism. Since the 2020s, however, a popular state-sponsored, now what y'all know about this? This is what we're fighting. Man, y'all don't even be knowing. Y'all be thinking shit is little. Black people in America studying Egypt is a big threat to the Egyptian government. It threatens their national security. Now what? It's the truth. You can have knowledge that threatens national security if somebody stole a nation. Right? Y'all don't like the way I'm saying it? See, I said it soft for 10 years and none of y'all got around me. I could just mash y'all heads in the ground. I ain't got y'all on eggshells. I'm cool. I can mob through this thing because I done been on these streets. Ain't none of y'all been able to do nothing but deteriorate friendships. You ain't been able to come with no facts. Feel me? They will just go on their shows and act like some stupid Negroes who can't hear facts, and they will maintain contentions that you just debunked. You're going to hear a show tonight where they saying, but the modern Egyptians ain't the same as it. Not answering none of these questions. Question to answer is, when did the invaders leave? And if you can't answer when they leave, then they still there. The people that you see walking around acting like they don't like blackness and stuff, those is all foreigners still there. Now y'all need somebody to say it. And bring me the Egyptian scholar that's about to prove me wrong. Now look at this. Since 2020, Chef, since 2020, however, a popular and state-sponsored revival of the ideology termed Neo-Pharaonism has been taking place in Egypt. So that means this state-sponsored revival, what are they reviving? Saying that they down blood. Y'all don't see this shit. They trying to revive this theory that they have some national continuity since ancient times to the modern era. Gozi a big part of that. Wherever they disseminate this information, Gozi be on the front line of it. He one of their biggest agents in Black America. Pharaonism. Tell me I'm lying. I'm just calling that shit how it is. I ain't got no problem with Gozi cool. Gozi respectable. I'm talking about his mannerisms, not his information. He got respect. We ain't never bumped no heads. That ain't stopped him from saying he think my shit pseudo. And I'm telling you that he is a product of this, being a Islamicist who trying to link the history of ancient Egypt to the modern Egyptian. Didn't know they had a name for that. Your shit ain't never real when they got a name for it. Right? I'm just saying. Like, I mean, I know you say that ain't true because everything has a name. Nah, everything don't really got a name. Some shit it's named naturally. Like you say, love got a name. No, that's itemizing that expression. You feel me? But Pharaonism is some shit they made up. Like, they had to make that up. I don't know what you talking about. I'm on my own hype today, James. They pushing Islamicism. Pharaonism, Islamicism on the black man. Now, I just want y'all to see that this says state-sponsored. So just know the Egyptian state right now is putting funds into making sure y'all think there's some Egyptian national continuity from ancient times to modern era. Anybody object to that? That's just like Netanyahu. They putting their money to, man, come on, it's the same thing. I don't care if y'all think I'm conflating or whatever. It is the same thing. Let me open up a link. For any hater, debater, or motivator, or participator, it's all good. Haters, debaters, motivators, participators, I'm sharing the link. Say what you got to say. But Egypt is black.
Recording in progress.
Matter of fact, I showed y'all 10 PhDs at the beginning of this video. Remove. I showed y'all 10 PhDs
Recording stopped.
At the beginning of this video who all said the same thing. Y'all just don't want me to win and y'all to lose. Y'all done lost. It's so much bigger than what you think, the people looking at you on YouTube. People gonna be looking at you on YouTube probably 50 years from now to see how bad Cats was doing. What's up, y'all, 50 years from now? Y'all see I was good. Ah, they laughing. Yeah, I know y'all laughing. I ain't talking to y'all. I'm talking to 50 years from now. There go the link. Let's play an intermission song. I started to like that song I've been playing. I wasn't, I started to like it. I used to just play it just to play it. But now I'm like, play this song. Hit that link so we can get it popping. And if you think the ancient Egyptians was not black, you better have some facts. Don't come in here with no Negro intuition. I don't want to hear nothing. Facts.
I've been bout my papyrus since I've been in it. Put me in the debate, you know I'm gon' win it. If I scream black power, don't get timid. If I say black city, I'm talking about Kemet. If I say black city, I'm talking about Kemet. Primary research and we done pushed it to the limits. All you dudes finished. The king counting cattle up with brother Reggie. When I'm in Oakland, smoking, bro, they love the Chevy. Back in the day, it was the spokes on the chariot. Long procession when the king got carried out to every spot. Woman looking nice as ISIS. I read ancient texts, so my advice is priceless. Nubian gold, your ice don't entice us. Beating me harder than counting grains in your spices. Your heart was beating, but your brain dead. You're lifeless. Yo, they ain't nothing like us, yo. Don't try to make me mad. Make me smile and say you love me, man.
Only hit the link, man. Let's do it right. Let's do it right. Come on.
You should listen to your main man's advice. Do a YouTube and apologize like Dice. Or the back fade coming like the Antichrist. Egyptologist sent me reading and said that I'm nice. I got a Stella with your name on it. I'm like Sargon. You the type of dude wake up in your car gone. Told.
And hit that cash out. Let me get some contributions. Where y'all at, man? Stop playing.
Like I'm not in city for my woman in gold. I keep the pseudos running, people coming in droves. You catch me on a live stream with Pan-African James. When we building, call us by our African names. I'm for the children. And ain't nothing happened to change. We on that black hype, so we still packing them things for protection. Got connections. My complexion, pure black, that's the essence.
Yeah, shout out. Thanks for the cash apps. I see y'all right now. Let me give out some love. They already on it. Hey, we got supporters, baby. Yeah, hold on. I got to say thank you, though. Now it's time. I don't know how to find the part. You know how you be looking for who sent you something on cat. All right. Shout out. I'm gonna say GJ. Shout out JB. I appreciate both y'all kicking in. Hey, man. Hey, thank you.
They got me really feeling ill. My mind, I'm ill.
I ain't playing that. I wasn't even serious. I don't know. I just sit here and rap. If a beat make raps come out of my mouth, I like it. But yeah, anyway, back to the facts. They said Rich Homie Quan died, rest in peace, but wasn't he living like a life that he thought he wasn't going to live past 25 anyway? You got decisions you can make as a black man about that 25-year-old shit. Everybody thought about it. Some of y'all walked around living hella stupid. I ain't gonna live past 25. Let me go rob somebody. I don't know, but I didn't know him to be putting out nothing to where it sounded like you shouldn't have wrote exactly what you just wrote. I'm just saying, if that was harsh, then I'm sorry, but it's facts. Like, I ain't never been like that in Oakland either. Like, I don't like when cats be like, Big Moan just got out. He just got out. I don't give a fuck, man. They ain't got nothing. Like, he was out here doing bad shit when he went in. I'm not about to celebrate none of that shit. I never, trust me, right in East Oakland, right on 8 Deuce 100. That been my attitude forever. I be like, you niggas stupid. We be celebrating. I mean, I'm not about saying Rich Homie Quan died. That's just informing the people about something that happened. But I'm talking about when we be like, Bodie Lowe, get out, baby. All right, he gonna come and get his dumb ass back out here, probably do some stupid shit again. I don't give a fuck. I don't celebrate none of that. I be like, I be thinking about real reform. You know, if you had a house that was base, do you know my house was really base? Like, they'll be having street fights or anything, but my house was base. Like, you couldn't, it wasn't, damn, they had Cash House. You know what I'm saying? Like, it wasn't like I was tough. Just everybody respected that I didn't do that stuff. So don't bring that shit over here. And all my partners did was wrestle all day and shit. You know what I'm saying? And so it was like different. Like, you wasn't thinking you was gonna come throw nothing around. But I was never contributing to no gangster bullshit. But anyway, I didn't knock nobody who did. I just was like, you stupid as fuck. What I think gangsterism is a revolutionary without a cause. Basically. All that stuff you doing is supposed to be for the cause. And if that don't make no sense to you, then damn. Shit. Anyway, what's up? Why ain't nobody hit the link? Hey, that Benjamin chapter crazy. It'll make you think, bro. Right? I mean, what about the eating black mummies? I hope people look some of that stuff up to see where I got that from, man. That shit is crazy. It's so crazy. I don't even talk about it because it ain't the most talk aboutable content, but I want people to know. Oh, they was eating. It got to a time where they didn't even know if the mummies was really a Bitterman mummy. All it had to do was be a black mummy, and they would eat it. They had mummy eating contests. They had mummy eating contests. They was eating black people. So don't ever let nobody say nothing about no cannibalism and try to forecast that back on like, oh, they're so savage, blah, blah, blah. They used to be cannibals. Man, in the 1700s, they used to throw mummy reveal parties and all eat the mummy, bro. But that's in my book. It ain't it's like, you got to put that shocking shit and make your book be good. So get the book. It's called Black Like Osiris. And I got all my sources in there because we be fighting over sources. So it's more important, damn near, to spend more time on your sources. I never took my break to go get that water. I thought somebody was going to hit the link. Now I'm going to just have to play a video real quick so I could go get a water. How about the Rimit or cattle? They never even responded to that. Hold on, I'll be right back. Check this out. Brother Reggie taught us. Now, here's some more. Shout out to Corey. You still welcome on my show. I heard you talking on Chef Show. Y'all all be just faking, bruh. You know damn well you came on the show and accused Asar M. Kha of saying he had a fake PhD. And I gave you a chance and told you, if you bring back that information, you good. And if you ain't, you ain't. Now, this is only YouTube. So how can somebody render something consequential? The only way I can render that to be consequential is not let you on my show. What else can I do? What I'm going to do? Feel me? So if you lying on somebody on public trying to vilify their ass, you can't go back crying later talking about, James, you be kicking me off the show and Smash kicked me off. You know why Smash kicked you off, because you was out of pocket. But you didn't say, Smash kicked me off because I was kind of out of pocket with that lying on the sword shit. You didn't say that, huh? That's why I be seeing through niggas. I know exactly how dudes would do if we was all on the road kicking it and had to be around each other for 3 months. It'd be a lot of that carrying on going on. So hit the link. I'll be right back.
In Papyrus Lansing, we read the following. It is the army scribe and commander of the Amun temple flock, Nebmari Nakti, who tells the scribe, Wenemdi Amun, In this text, the scribe uses the phrase Taz Bawum An Tn Par Jamn for Amen temple flock. This literally translates to gatherer of cattle of the house of Amun. These are no cattle. This is a fighting contingency commanded by the army general Neb Mat Renachtu. In the tale of Sinuhe we read, "Indeed, I am like a bull of who cattle in the midst of another herd." In ancient Egyptian, the word jam means young cattle. It also means youth, generations, offspring. His slaughterhouse was full of the enemy's children. The sacrificial cattle consisted of Asiatics. During the time of Senwosret I, we find the above text equating Asiatics to sacrificial cattle. The term Wenjut means cattle. Wenjut also means people. In the Loyalist Doctrine of Khairsu, line 3, 6, we read, "Gather your human herd people." In Papyrus New, we find, "I am one of your people, Osiris." This same statement is found in Maiherpri text, "I am one of your Wenjut Osiris." In all of these attestations, Wenjut can be translated as cattle or people. In Naksobek's song, Wenjut only means cattle. Otherwise, one will just slaughter oxen for the latch, cattle for the doorstep, a strong gray lag goose for the doorposts, or a gun bird for the lintel. In the satirical letter of Hori, we see Wenjut used to say a particular people group.
We got G. Lacan, hit the link. Shout out to G. Lacan for supporting the show. Let's go. Then I heard dumbass Logic. Where you at? Talking to James the other day with hella stupid ass talking points. Y'all gotta watch, because it'll be somebody on your show that'll make you lose some viewers. And y'all just be letting cats ramble. And I'll be at the house like, damn, I'm about to change if he let this dude keep talking. Watch your views when cats is rambling on your show. You be like, shut up, 10 people just left, bruh. I thought G. Lacan was in the building. What happened? You here? Yo, you might be still trying to get in. Eddie K so crazy. He gonna make up something else. You can't just read a book and get on YouTube, yo. You gotta read a book, wait 6 months, and then get on YouTube. Now what? What I say wrong? Because I got 2 years more information. I ain't even show the source. I dare there to be a new person in the crowd who think they could hit the link. I'm trying to tell you, you never heard nobody on they shit like this. Like, I'm on it as like Goliath. So take your little slingshot and bring your punk ass in here. You gonna get a real ass whooping. Right? Tell him, Asar, what's up with it? Oh no, Asar trying to get in and G trying to get in again. Yeah, I hope you think your Google can help you make my audience think that the modern Egyptians, them Arabs, and them Turks, and them Mamluks, and them Greeks, and them Persians who are all mixed up in the north, Asiatics, I dare you think you're going to convince somebody that they founded Egypt. Got me fucked up. I'll pull up so many texts where they just hating on Asiatics. Peace to the brothers. What's up?
Yo.
What's up with it? What up with it?
Hey, Smash, I throw you that 25 in your cash app.
Oh, that was you? Yeah, I said. Yeah. Thank to you, man. And it was somebody else hit that same number. And who else out there want to help that number go right ahead? Because y'all be making the show pop, so I appreciate you. Oh, somebody else just... Oh, yeah, a few people. I'm looking back, man. A few people kicked in. Thanks to TT. Thanks to LV. GJ, that's you, huh? Yep. And JB, word up. Word up. Yeah, they kicked
Yo,
it in on the Cash App. What's up with you?
yeah, well, you just dropped, man. How they gonna respond to that?
Man, we've been
I
saying
mean,
this for years, but I gotta make it short and concise in one video. Go get
How
the
they gonna-
text. Look, tell them go get the text that show us when all the invaders left, and you can shut Smash up.
Man, you took it back to the 20s then, and they was like, "Nah, we Arabs."
Yeah. Hey, look, they didn't want to accept that, but now they fully own it. They don't know nothing about Pharaonism. Now let's teach them about that, and we could go so in on it. I read a document. I learned about it. Reggie, what's that scholar named Reggie Clark? He wrote Multiculturalism too, Reggie. I know, Reggie, if you could come in and let us know. I think his name was Clark Wright or something. He wrote on multiculturalism and he wrote on Pharaonism. And he like, man, I'm going to show y'all when these modern Egyptians decided to say that they was the ancient Egyptians.
Well, we covered the date.
And then they rejected it though, G. They was like, nah, we cool. We the Arabs. They rejected it, but nowadays they say, oh, you know what? That sound hip because rappers been rapping about it and shit. So fuck it, let's take it back to Pharaonism 2020.
Yeah, they crazy. They crazy. For some reason, they think that the originals won't bring in tourism. I'm like, people been following Black culture for years.
I know. You want to know what? they wanted the extra boost, not like a museum. They didn't want it to be like somebody else's museum. They want to be like this us.
Yeah, I'm like, y'all crazy. It don't even go with what your ancestors want you to do. Their ancestors is like, yo, don't do this, don't do that.
Right.
What you doing? No, we're not worshiping this. What are you doing? No. I mean, unless you go chorus, and even with the chorus, there's still disputes.
Shout out on your debate last night.
Yeah, you smashed that.
I didn't see the whole thing, but when I was watching earlier, it seemed like it was they wasn't sending out the notifications for hella long. Then I came back later and there was hella people there. But at first I was like, why they ain't sending this out?
I think he still got that shadow ban or whatever. He's just trying to break it down. I didn't even get to see the chat in there. Like it stopped on my computer, so I don't know what they were saying or nothing. I was like, we we're gonna go look at this calendar. He lucky I ain't have enough time in that second round to really get him dirty. When I opened up the Stellarium, because I was getting ready to cover a whole bunch of stuff in the Stellarium. Like, we use this star right here to do such and such. Now, let's put it to the calendar I was just looking at. I was going through all that. But, we got the,
it wasn't fair. It was not fair at all, man.
It was cool.
But of course he felt like he won.
Pick up to you.
Yo, that's sad though,
No,
man.
no, that's not true. The thing is, no one, it's like a psychosis. No one ever walked away from any debate on any debate show and thought they lost. You feel me? It's just like a psychosis. I never thought I lost. Nobody ever thought they lost. But one of us is always right. But I'm saying the only thing that you get from a debate is 2 winners, bro. Come on now. You know that.
I tore him up. You know how we do.
Yeah. But the people will tell you the truth. But as far as the contestants, it's 2 winners, bro.
Nah, it wasn't close.
It wasn't close in reality.
It wasn't close, homie. Yo, I felt Mighty Hebrew try to put his 2 cents in it. Man, these make-believe characters, man. Yo. But Smash though. What is your boy was in the audience. Chef, where's Chef?
We need somebody to come in here and refute the
Yeah,
blackness.
Chef behind underneath the bushes though.
Nah, man, we
Then he
know
go,
Chef. He Baltimore. He making me think Baltimore dudes is like that. But
yeah, he one of those sneaky ass type of nigga, man.
well, you know,
He
yeah.
hide behind the bushes, don't want to even come and speak on it. You drop something right now that he should be like, yo, all right, yeah, you got that. But watch, he gonna turn that shit upside down.
I mean, why don't you deal with Pharaonism? Right,
He
deal
don't.
with that.
He
Deal
won't.
with it. Like they made. Did you know they made a decision to start saying they was related to the ancient Egyptians? A political decision, and then they brought in tourism. So all of that is linked together because they was trying to bring back their national economy. Egypt was, first of all, let's just leave black people out of it, right? When white people was doing the first Egyptology and archaeology, they threw black people in the argument. Arabs was no place in the argument. No place in the world was anybody considering that the Arabs that was there right now, I'm talking about in early Egyptology, you won't find one book. You won't find, I'm talking about, why have we not talked about that? There is no book that considers the people that are in Egypt right now. I'm talking about Flinders Petrie. You could go through all of the things that they came up with. Petrie said it was a race that came in from West Asia, nullifying all of the people that was trying to say, no, we from here right now. We've been here forever. I want the book that say it was the Arabs who there now who built Kemet. Damn, that's easy. I've never seen that book.
It ain't coming out. It ain't about to come out. So crazy. I mean, migration patterns down to linguistics. And I mean, when we dig this stuff up, they got afros. They be pulling them out with afros.
On top of that, the allure of everything that they tried to place on the secrets and all of the things that have come out of learning the language, then we show y'all that. Like, for years, it was just mystique. Couldn't nobody read the shit. Everybody like, ooh, the Medunetter. You know what I'm saying? So magical. Once you learn it, you learn the secrets. And then we learn it and it say black all over the goddamn place. Black, 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 black this, black gods, black this. Why we ain't still accepting it like the magical secrets that the occult was guarding?
You know something? When I was reading the calendar last night, I don't even know if there's a translation for Cinnamoots coffin like that. I seen Kemet in the corner. And we might want to take a look at it.
Hold on.
It says
hold on, I'm not cutting you off. I gotta say my supporters is kicking in. Y'all cash up like this, I'll be back streaming every day. Golly. So I'm just saying I appreciate the support out there. I see the cash app going off and I'm telling you thank you. Go right ahead, brother. So
what is the do I have let's look at this real quick if you don't mind me sharing my screen. I didn't get a chance to really look at it. So
go right ahead.
Where should he share?
Come on,
screen
man.
Share.
Remember they tried us with that Ngozi DNA shit? Cat started studying and beat them. He ain't even got no presence no more.
Shut up.
He just went back to the streets and shit. Like, fuck it.
So you see up here, right? It's like West, Waset, Kau, blah, 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 blah. It's just like Moot, Kemet, Pet.
Well, people gonna tell us how we're gonna read that. Mukapet is what some gonna say. But I mean, I'm gonna say I'm with you. I mean, I know the rules of Egyptology that state that we're not supposed to read that Met. But those people who will fall back on that rule need to tell me, why is there two determinatives there? It will be, I mean, we know the instance where they are, but people would probably just say you read that ka and not kamet. But I'm with you. I know why you said it. It should be kamet.
Yeah. And then it says in the heaven, Renef, his name of Uzzah strong or whatever with the boat in the heavens, Pet.
Yeah. Debet
But
Pet.
I'm trying to see how else we would say that. Why we would just say Ka right there. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And that's what
I'm with you. Because
Yeah.
there are other instances where we find it where they argue that the Met is not pronounced. But the way they wrote this with that Met up under, first of all, you don't have to write a bull and a phallus. You don't. Like if you write a bull, the phallus is indicated. And you see the phallus on the bull. I can see it from here. Look at the bull. It's a male bull, you see. So that means he wrote the other phallus probably to represent the MT sounds. But I'm breaking rules. I don't know which one. But I know we ain't supposed to read that. You know what I'm saying?
We'll have to check that out at some point in time.
How's it transliterated?
I don't know, because like I said, I don't know if there's a transliteration or even a translation of this.
What is
I have
this?
no idea. I just was reading straight on the spot. Like I set beat, I set gives, and then you got two with her right
Who is
there.
that? Sashat? Who is that holding that? Sashat with the star? One of the deities, the one that you was just hovering over after that
right here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, yeah.
This is her. You got self cat down lower. Like when I started to cover the down here, like here goes self cat. This is Sobek. This is Chef Bidet for the month.
Now.
This is Rec, the month of Rec. This the other Rec.
So I just want to, I mean, I ain't cutting. I'm just like, keep going. I just was just thinking about something. Because, right, all right, you know, I'm the spokesperson for a lot of researchers. Like we say the Magi and I present shit on the screen, I don't necessarily be responsible for finding all of the stuff we showing people. You know what I'm saying? But I just brought that Archer energy, and that's what that is. And so I don't want people to be confused. It's hella people who be looking over this stuff and like, look at this. By the time we present it, what are we looking at here?
Say that one more time. It's a little low.
What are we looking at here?
This is the Sinnemut's coffin.
So at this point, this is I see a few figures with suns on their head that don't appear to be netchers, and I'm just tripping. One don't got arms on themselves, you feel me? I'm just tripping and trying to figure it out. I can identify the ones that are easily identifiable, Stet, Heru, and Anubis, but then what's going on with them other three? We could read their names probably and see. But just their name ain't like Technu. What's Technu?
Yep, Technu. So these are the different these are like Horus's children, and it's also Horus.
Oh,
like
okay.
This is
Yeah.
Heru Hekenu right here, Heru the Praiser. This is Seti. This is it's like Anarmut, which is like another name for Ampu. This appears to be Nahesh. That would be him right here.
Hold on. Yeah, that's right.
That's Nahesh. That's a Nahesi on the.
I didn't even see that. I mean, but it's saying Nahesh. I do remember something about a god in the Hess, but I don't remember nothing about it though. You remember? You know.
And then you got this. This is Tekenu, and then something Duau, Etep Tekek. And these are the sky. This is like a lot of stuff they seen in the sky, and we know it's Cinnamoots because like Aset, Imset, Happy, Duamu, Tef, Kabesin, Nuf. But if we go up, we can see right here, we got the Jedha, Asar, Kentiamenti, or Kentiamenta, Sinenmut.
Hey.
And it says that twice on here. And then it goes into all the good stuff after.
Hey, you know how many pseudo North African trolls we didn't knock down? The archers. Think about that. I be just thinking about shit. It was all kind of these suckers was letting people like Dr. Banob on their show. I remember one time. Oh my God, I don't want to say chef after saying these suckers because I don't think of him like that. But he got on one time. Dr. Banob was on his show. And Chef was like, I like you, Dr. Banob. I really kind of like you, Dr. Banob. And I was at my house like, ugh. Just like, ugh. Y'all know if we ever kick it in real life, everything you ever did on the internet gonna be in the back of somebody's head. You know? You might be chilling at the juice bar getting your punch. Somebody gonna be thinking about, I really like you, Dr. Banob. And just gonna be sitting over there in the corner laughing. Because, you know, a lot of the intensity, unless you got problems with somebody, I'm just gonna say I know how men are. A lot of that talk shit intensity, it fall off when y'all get to see each other. Not because y'all punks, but because there is something else about convening amongst men. You see what I'm saying? That'll just let y'all say, we was talking hella shit. You feel me? And then just get on with y'all day. And be like, damn, they squashed that hella quick. I thought when they seen each other, they was going whoop-de-whoop-whoop-whoop. But it don't always turn out. It's a line that people cross that make it turn out that way. But normally men is allowed to talk their shit and to say their perspective. And I don't care. I don't be taking I don't take that person.
Yeah, I agree a lot because a lot of the cats, you know, if when you see them in person, it's not that type of party anyway. And this is just discussions, you know. And
Cats be
a lot
a
of this,
buck 30. Hey, Cats be a buck 30 when you see him for real.
Yeah.
You feel me? Hey,
and
I remember when I said Kalam in London, Kalam put hands on a lot of y'all.
yeah, Kalam is like 7 foot or something, yo.
Kalam put hands on a lot of cats.
Okay, family.
He'll be like, do. I was like, y'all be sleeping because cats be nice on the internet. But what's up with James and G, man?
The Pan-African in the building.
You on mute. Y'all both on mute, but y'all probably busy. Anyway, yeah, that's that little kid nonsense. Maybe it was in our 20s. You know, it'd probably be different. Like, even in my 20s, I was never a fool. I never opted towards negative things. You feel me? James,
Yeah,
you ain't
like
there?
Corey.
Yeah, go ahead.
If I ever seen Corey, we ain't got no beef. You know, I wouldn't run up like, yo, what's up? You know what I'm saying?
Nah, he was just gaslighting on Chef's show the other day, acting like he didn't know why he got kicked off my panel. Just really doing one of those. I mean, because I don't just kick nobody off indiscriminately that's supporting me and shit. That was just a moment where I had to render some consequence. And the only way you can render consequence online is with these buttons. You feel me? You're going to time somebody out. You're going to kick them out. But all of this stuff is inconsequential. I mean, as far as our interactions with each other, unless we cross certain lines, right?
Why make a bet? Remember, he made the bet. If he got so and so, I'll do this right now. You could just ban me.
Yeah,
Like, you don't want to
exactly.
do
Then he
that.
put it back on me. James, you there? I guess both y'all mics is on froze status.
And locked out.
It's all good. I do remember the days of getting support from the people. It'd be when I be talking about Black Egypt. So I would just come back because Caspi wanted to hear this. It's like you preaching at a Sunday church. Cass like, I need my sermon, man. They need their sermon in order to what? You know, why we get our sermon? To stay on our shit. You be forgetting the points you beat people up with and everything. Then, because they be on their shows talking like they got away with something. You know what I'm saying? You was gonna show some. Oh, you showed it already, huh? On the screen. Hello?
Yo.
You already shared what you was gonna share, correct?
Yeah, I think I took my share down.
All
Hold
right,
up, let me connect.
let's get on that black. I'm pulling up any presentation that was just bliggity black on this show.
Yeah.
You can share anything you want, but I mean, some of the things that we revealed over the past are some of the reasons that why people with an opposing view know for a fact they can't really click this link is because we got information. Like, I mean, it ain't like we just bumping our gums. And so when they see the information, cats will fall off from their initial feeling to refute when they realize they're learning something. You see what I'm saying? And it only takes, there go Concrete Corey. I'm glad he came. You feel me, Corey? Golly, acting like you was gaslighting me the other day. I was listening in the bushes. What's up with you, boy? Oh, I think it must be something going on with the. Oh, there it go. What's up with you?
I think so. Push the.
was good.
Yeah, I heard you. I was listening in the bushes. I didn't even type in the chat. But you know damn well it's all good over here. You had to get kicked out because of what you said. And you was like,
No, it wasn't you. It was James.
Okay. Oh, that was a different time. You knew my time.
James was hosting the show. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's all good.
But I ain't hollered at you in fucking fuck.
Because you never came back. Because you ain't never came back. You act like that was something real. You feel me?
No, I just, I don't want to. I want y'all to be able to, do your show without interruptions. Everything ain't got to be, you know what I mean? Sometimes I just want to listen to y'all do a good show.
Yeah, I feel that.
Everything
I'll be
don't
doing
have
that
to
too.
be.
I do that too.
Yeah. And, I be listening. I've been listening. It ain't like I ain't been listening, but I just ain't hollered at y'all, you know what I'm saying?
See, they go Logic, though. Nah, Logic, you got to come here, Logic. Come on, Logic. Nah. He was going crazy on that same show. I just was listening like, Logic, you tripping. He thought he was beating up James. Come on, Logic. But y'all got the floor. Go ahead.
He was on that show, too.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't even know what y'all was talking about, man. I just seen you was live. I hit the Zoom just to say what up to you, bro. I ain't even going to lie to you, man.
Word up. Thanks for tapping in. I'm just hitting on all these points that cats be trying to ignore. I tried to beat up the North African. We said enough about it. All y'all really need to do is show us when all those invaders left. Like all these people who came in and they clustered in North Africa and then they started, procreating amongst each other and they created this new contingency of something you think is indigenous. If anybody, not even you, anybody listening who could say when the Greeks left, say when the Romans left, the Arabs still there right now, say when the Persians left and all these other people, because I could go through various documents that show when they was getting them Cushites and Nubians up out of there.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. I don't think they kicked Greeks or Arabs out of there. I don't think they did leave. You know what I mean?
Word up. Then they would have to be, amongst people there somewhere today.
No doubt.
Somewhere in the DNA you find them. You feel me?
Yeah, they lingering around. Yeah, the Greeks and shit is lingering around, and the Arabs, and they kind of adapted, a lot of in recent times. I'm not saying in ancient times or whatever, but they kind of adopted the Arab culture. I guess they speak the Arab language. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't say the Arabs left. I don't. I just don't think that the Arabs came in and kind of like took over. Took the population. You know what I'm saying? I think they kind of took control, but I don't think they like replaced the population or nothing like that.
Yeah, well, you shouldn't be thinking. What's going on, everybody? Peace to the panel, man. Yeah, I excuse my tardiness. I had the constable came over here for my son. I had to take care of that.
Oh yeah, take care of that for sure.
Word.
Anybody come over here for my kids, I'm spooked out the gate.
Yeah, I thought he was coming over here because I seen a gun and a badge. I'm like,
yeah, what the hell? You got your son gangster?
No, I think they trying to serve his ass with some child support papers.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But he, he take care of his.
Oh,
kids.
He grown. I'm tripping.
Yeah. He take care of his kids. It's just to sit.
I know how the situation is. It's all good. Well, shout out, good to have you here. So I want to ask Brother Moses. Peace to Moses. How you doing?
Hey, my shit still say that. What's happening, y'all?
Oh, it don't. It say Moses Jefferson.
Yeah, it say Moses
It probably
Jefferson.
do. It probably do.
Yeah, I'm glad it do so I can know who you is because you try to switch up on us.
So Moses, I just got a simple question. I don't know how much of the show you watch, but I got this on the screen. Pharaonism. Have you heard of this?
Nope.
All right, I'm gonna read what the wiki say. It said Pharaonism was an ideology that rose to prominence in Egypt in the 1920s and 1930s. A version of Egyptian nationalism, it argued for the existence of an Egyptian national continuity from ancient times to the modern era, stressing the role of ancient Egypt and incorporating anti-colonial sentiment. Pharaonism, most notably advocated by Taha Hussein, the movement largely faded in the 1940s, having failed to resonate with most Egyptians and was superseded by Pan-Arabism and Islamism. What are you taking from that?
The first thing that sticks out to me is that it faded in the 1940s and it started in the 1920s. Those are the first two things, right?
How do you take that data into our overall conversation? Because Pharaonism was them trying to say that they was related to, they had a national continuity since ancient times, right? They tried to pop that off in the 20s, but by the 40s, they was like, nah, fuck that. We not related to them from ancient times. We just Arabs.
Now, is nationalism the same thing as genetics?
No. Nationalism is not the same thing as genetics. Genetics hasn't been mentioned on this whole show.
Right. So if they trying to say they got some cultural similarities between them and ancient Egyptians, I don't think anybody would disagree with that, right?
Yeah, hella people would disagree with that, but that's not what.
No, I'm
so real quick,
I'm saying
let's
they
not get
don't.
lost.
Nobody. Well, I said it wrong. Nobody would agree that they have.
But this is how we get lost. You want to know how we get lost? You just injected two terms that are not terms of scrutiny, are not even in the conversation. You inject.
No, it is. You just posed that they were claiming, right, by this Pharaonism, that they had some cultural similarities today.
I read
to the people of ancient.
I didn't even claim nothing. I read it. It say Egyptian national continuity. So let's think about that first. Egyptian national continuity from ancient times to modern times. The claim is that the people who is there been there since ancient times in a nation, in the form of a nation. Continuity. They was trying to substantiate that and came up with a theory to try to push that forward in the 1920s. And by the 1940s, they was like, this is some bullshit. We don't have national continuity from ancient times.
Right. And let me say what I understood out of it, right? That's why I asked you the question, is genetics the same as culture? I mean, it's the same as nationality, right? So what you're saying, to me, what it sounds like you're saying, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like you're saying that they were trying to claim that they have cultural or national similarity to ancient culture, which we would all agree that they don't have a cultural similarity to the ancient culture, right?
So
We're talking about, if you're talking about if the
again, we
people
keep
are the
rejecting
same.
these terms that mess up the conversation. It's not similarity, it's continuity. Continuity
Okay,
means a
what's different?
continuation. See?
Okay, so I wouldn't say that current Arab culture in Egypt is the same as Pharaonic culture of ancient Egypt.
But
I
would
wouldn't
you
say that.
even argue with their argument that it's a continuation of it? Like it was one thing and they just stayed in the area and it continued and it is what it is now.
No, I don't. I think that they're totally different regimes and totally different worldviews and all of that.
And do
So,
you?
so what I'm saying, so this is what I'm saying, that I'm not understanding what you're coming from. So if I say that the people that are there right now don't have a culture, a similar or cultural continuity with ancient Egyptians, I think we're having a different conversation if I ask, are the people there right now genetically the same as the people who were there in ancient times? I think those are two totally different conversations.
So the reason why is because you keep on injecting words. Where does it say cultural on the screen? This says a national continuity, which implies different things. You can find multiple cultures inside of someone's nationality. Like you could go find, in our nationality, American, right? You can find various cultures up under that. The hip hop culture, the Jewish culture. These are all will be a part of our nationality expressed by different members of that nation. They were trying to argue that they were arguing for the existence of an Egyptian national continuity, which could encompass many cultures under that. They just saying, since ancient times, we've been right here and we still right here, was what they was trying to say.
Yeah, I think we agreeing on this particular point. I'm just trying to make sure that you're not including a conversation about the people being here or not.
A conversation about the people is inevitable because it's the people that constitute a nation. So if they saying we got national continuity, inadvertently they saying we the same people that's been here since old times. And the refutation of that is Pan-Arabism. So think about it.
I don't think them two things are related.
What two things?
Personally, I don't think their claim for national continuity is the same as genetic continuity. I think those are two totally separate conversations.
Well, let's give an example of how that could be so. Suppose we made a claim of national continuity, black people in America since ancient times. Then that will be underlined by our genetic footprint, which would prove or disprove it. Like you can't separate the two. If we were saying black people have a national, we came up with Indianism, right? And we said black people had a national continuity on America since ancient times. The argument itself denotes that you would eventually have to substantiate that the DNA was the same since ancient times. Even if that's not, I mean, every thinking man can understand that.
Let's take.
Can I interject a little bit in here?
Go right in.
Go ahead.
Kind of help. I'm just gonna throw something in to try to help balance it. I think y'all are kind of agreeing, but it's just like a little semantic misunderstanding there. So, when we talk about nationality, we're talking about nation state, and so that's different. That's different from a group of people saying like, we are the descendants of the ancient, right? That's different than saying have national continuity because
so your phone started breaking up. Your phone started
broke
breaking
it
up
up,
after you
Corey.
said national continuity. I think I got the brunt of what you're saying. Let me give y'all a modern example of this. Israelism. See? Right now we got wars in Palestine, and the people who occupy Israel say that they had a national continuity in that area since ancient times and got ejected somehow because of all of these wars, they say after the Second Temple or whatever, and they came up with a Balfour Declaration and had Britain assign them some land. And now to this day, they argue on that land that they have been the people there since ancient times.
But hold on, Smash. Let's not forget that the same the Britons, they gave two sheiks or two kings of I think it's the ones in Jordan, the king of Jordan and the other king, they gave them that land first. Then they reneged on the deal after they got the who was that, who was that, the Turks? The Turks was running all that at one time. The people in Turkey, what were they, the Phoenicians?
Mm-hmm. No, not in Turkey. All the people in Turkey was the Turks, right? I don't know.
No. I'm talking about they right before they named themselves Turk. They was the Phoenicians. They was running that whole.
I think you're talking about the Ottoman Empire, right?
Yeah, they was running that whole territory right there. When Britain took that over, when they took that over,
they took it from the Ottoman Empire.
Yeah, they took it from them. They gave it to the people that they made agreement that was the Arabs that helped them get them out of there. Then they reneged on the deal with them and gave it to the Jews. That's what happened. This is history. You can't
it's only relevant to this combination. Real quick, it's only relevant to this combination because after all of this, what do they claim in Israel, right? They claim their sense of a national continuity since ancient times. And I'm saying the conversation about genetics is underlying that. You could go right ahead.
Hey, Smash.
They genetics don't even align with that area.
Exactly, but the conversation is the second convo to have. Right, and then it don't line up, and we already know that. Like, okay, if you had a national continuity, there would be some genetic continuity.
Wait. Yeah. Before the new brother jump in right quick, yo. I'm gonna be quick. So let's say I'm not too sure exactly where the Taino Indians are from, but let's use them as an example, right? So the Taino Indians get colonized by some European group, right? I'm not too sure exactly who it is. But they have a new culture now, right? Now they wouldn't, because of their particular circumstance, they wouldn't claim that they have a cultural continuity with their ancient people. They now speak a different language and they're under a different culture, but they are genetically the same people, but they just live in a different culture. You get what I'm saying? So you can't make a broad sweeping.
Moses, you're making a point about cultural continuity when the screen says national continuity. You gotta get right on that because they're different. They could have got conquered and still practice Taino culture, but their nation is now American or whatever. So you gotta address national. Culture. Yeah, say national continuity. Then you won't be able to mount your argument.
Culture and nationalism are far closer related than nationalism and genetics. You don't agree with that?
Wait. He trying to rephrase the question?
No, I'm trying to make sure we're not overlapping two conversations.
Just
you trying to say,
question, please.
You're trying to say that there's an underlying connection to the genetics and the people, and I'm saying that culture and nationality and nationalism are closer related than nationality and genetics.
So
that's what I'm saying.
In your example, that was a good example, Logic. I think you should have just used nationality, right? So when the United States conquered the Taino Indians, right, they weren't the Taino nation anymore.
Oh my God!
So they wouldn't have a national continuity.
Right.
Thank you. But if they kept eating Taino food,
but they are the descendants of their ancestors.
And if
they are the same people, they've been there since ancient times. They can say that. They can say we've been here in America since ancient times. right?
Okay. Hello. So, would China has the longest continuous history of any country in the world? What that mean to you guys if I say that? I'm just asking.
I'm not
That-
sure
that-
about that. I would argue it might be the Hindus, but I might be
No,
not
but
be
it's saying that's what Google's saying. It's saying
Hold
China
on,
has the longest.
But I don't get what that don't really make no sense. Are they saying written history?
No, they say
history.
China has the longest continuous history of any country in the world. Well, for 3,500 years.
So the
written history. Written history.
He mean written history. He mean written history. That's true.
Yeah, written history.
Yeah,
Yep.
okay, yeah, written history. That's
Well,
true.
they have a national continuity. They do have a national continuity.
And a cultural one and everything, because they had nothing to do with removing.
They have it all. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say China had it all. You know what I'm saying? But I wouldn't say that for Egypt. You know what I mean? Or the Taino Indians, right? I wouldn't say that they have a national continuity. No.
Yeah, and they didn't either. That's why they refuted it and argued against it, because they came with their Pan-Arabism. It was in contradiction to Allah and Islam. It's like, how y'all trying to act like y'all was just here? What about the story of Muhammad and shit? Basically, and so they had to get rid of that and be like, yeah, that's right. We wasn't here. We came after Muhammad came, and then the final. Wait, what was it? I don't know, one of them dynasties. I don't know the Arab dynasties correctly. Famid or whatever, Fatima, I forgot. They was in control of Egypt. It started with an F. One of y'all should know. I don't know.
Fatima? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I know the name Fatima, but I don't know if that particular queen.
I'll pull it up. I'll pull it up so that my viewers won't be mad at me. Let me see. But yeah, y'all can build.
But the Arabs, they had got, Egypt got kicked out of the Arab nation for a while. I think they back in now. I might be mistaken on that, but I do believe they back a part of the Arab League or the Arab nations or whatever. But they had got kicked out because, they was like, yo, y'all ain't really Arabs. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know how y'all feel about that.
I don't know nothing about that. I have to see what.
Yeah, they also have Indus Valley civilization, which is modern day Pakistan, as being a long national civilization. Sumerian culture, they link it to Iraq. Current day Iraq has been, people haven't changed enough, according to what AI is saying. I don't know.
So now I'm not arguing.
I find it funny how a lot of times when we having a certain conversation and then we're trying to get clarity, it's always somebody that comes out of the left field like, yo, so the housing market is this and this and that. It's like, bro, why are we talking about whether the Chinese, how long the Ming Dynasty was running shit at this point? You know what I mean? It just makes to me, it's confusing.
Oh, you talking about me?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, you in this case, but it's not just you. It's not just you.
Oh, but it's me. No, what I was saying is, no, I don't know, maybe I'm doing it wrong, but what I'm trying to drive at is
on who had the longest, like, in the world, right? That they just was saying.
I'm talking about currently, like how Smash was talking about. Currently in the 1930s, they wasn't accepting that as being. I'm talking about the themselves.
They tried to revive
wasn't accepting.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
it fell off.
You know what I'm saying? But the Pakistan agreement. Maybe I'm saying it wrong, but I'm kind of agreeing with you saying. I'm not saying that I disagree.
I hear
with
what
you
you're saying.
But here's the thing.
No, I know you weren't disagreeing. I just.
Moses.
Maybe I'm saying it wrong. I don't know.
I think we all need to address this. That movement died out because they thought it was pseudo. And they said, no, we ain't related. We ain't had no cultural continuity. We know for a fact that we fought the damn Romans and then the Romans fought the Greeks and the Greeks fought the who?
Not cultural, national. You said cultural
national.
there. You did.
Yep. See now
Made your
you
own
got
mistake.
me. Nah, but see,
Logic
I'm
done rubbed
smoking
off on
though. Moses ain't smoking
Logic
though. You feel me?
Logic done gave you his disease.
Yeah, it's contagious. But furthermore, national continuity is really more important to what I'm trying to say because they knew that it was part of the Roman Empire at one point. So how could you argue that it was a continuing nation when your nation was part of an empire?
Right.
Hey, can we slow down a little bit and properly define national continuity?
Why we
Can we
always gotta
define that?
define shit? Nah, man, you know what that means. Nation continue. It means the nation continue. Continuity.
Because I'm reading it right here, right?
What is continuity? Ain't that the
and
state
the
of something
characteristics
continuing,
are
right?
political, cultural, right? Economic, national security, right? So they don't use the same, they ain't using the same economics. They got a different military, they got different politics, and they got a different culture.
So
but again, I'm just emphasizing that don't have anything to do with if they're the same people or not. That's a separate conversation to be had. It doesn't fall under the umbrella of national continuity.
It has a lot to do with it because the nuances of Pharaonism was to, now that you're going to establish national continuity, how are you going to do that? You're going to attach yourself to the items of ancient Egypt. That's what they was going to do, and that's what they tried to do. So they started itemizing these ancient Egyptian items and being like, look, there go grandmama. Look, this is us. And they was like, nah, we can't pull that off because we're an Arab nation, and they went for Pan-Arabism. And so, funny enough, in 2020, y'all, now you can't say this ain't because of people like the brothers who've been going over there doing the work, and even us, y'all, because they revived it in 2020 with state-sponsored support. So around 2020, hadn't you start seeing hella people from there hopping up talking about black people lying and they still in their culture and they the real ancient Egyptians and they've been there forever? That is the resurgence of Pharaonism, and it's state-sponsored. That's why none of those people never mix in well with these chats and shit when they try to get in. I ain't saying doctor.
You know what's crazy?
Go ahead.
If you read what it says about the neo-pharaohism, it kind of goes against everything you're saying right now.
Well, read it.
Yeah, I mean, you got it up on the screen. I'll read it though.
Oh, I don't got it on the screen. Go ahead.
Oh, it says a resurgence of pharaohism, dubbed neo-pharaohism. That's the one that you said was revitalized in 2020, the state-sponsored one, right?
Just read it.
Has been noted in today's Egypt, coming from both the state and the people. Egyptian government under the president of whatever this guy's name is has openly embraced the ancient Egyptian aesthetic. In 2020, a 90-ton obelisk depicting of Pharaoh Ramses II was erected in Tahrir Square. Throughout 2021, various extravagant parades were organized around the transport of the mummies and other artifacts in the Grand Egypt Museum.
No,
Similar
that's exactly
spectacles.
what I said, bro. That's exactly
what you said is they wasn't looking at them objects and saying, "Here's grandma."
What?
Here they are re-erecting.
Why would I say they wasn't?
That's exactly what Smash just said they was doing.
I know. What are you talking about?
Man,
I'm
glad you changed your name from Logic because you were Logic.
So wait a second, yo. So on one hand, you saying that they don't have a cultural affinity to the people.
They do.
I was actually wrong, right?
They don't.
So here the people are basically they celebrating Ramses.
Exactly.
And they talking about
it's Pharaonism.
Okay, but you
in 2020, they revitalize it and they start back saying that they associated to Ramses now. What part of that you don't understand?
Okay, but underline that you're trying to say that they're not the same people, and here they are, But so why they celebrating Ramses?
Because they reinitiated neo-Pharaonism.
So they doing it, but they don't mean it. That what you saying?
No, it's a right now. It's a movement. It ain't facts. It's kind of like what's the shit called? What's the Indians called? The Black Indians.
It's cultural appropriation.
Is they ADOS or something? What's the Black Indians, bro? I don't know.
So
It's the
so you
same
saying
thing,
that the
though.
modern Egyptians is stealing the ancient Egyptians culture?
But
That what you saying?
they telling you that. I didn't say the word stealing. They're making a political movement to attach themselves to the history of Egypt. Now, if you read a document besides Wiki on Pharaonism, you're gonna learn some of the details of it, of how they were actually, some of the things that they were going through to pull this off. And you're gonna be like, oh, okay. I can pull up the document, man. Hold on. I asked Reggie for it earlier in the show, and he hasn't popped up. If Reggie
So
pull
Moses,
up,
what
I
are
gotta
you
remember.
saying?
He's just
Like,
trying to
this is what I'm
deny.
trying to
So
do.
at first I was saying, so now I gotta backtrack based on reading a little bit more. So at first I was saying that I agreed that, you know, the people didn't share this national continuity that we're all learning about. And so I was agreeing with Smash that they don't share this national continuity. But see, it says here in 2020 that they're trying to re-implement their ancient culture by erecting obelisks and celebrating and making parades around
So you
Ramses.
keep on reading things so that they favor you. They're trying
No,
to
how
Let
am
me
I
show you
reading
why
it
I
so it
said
favors
that.
me?
Because they're not trying to re-implement their ancient culture. They're trying to re-implement Pharaonism. That's why they call it Neo-Pharaonism. And Pharaonism is the act of acting like you got some national continuity since ancient times.
Right.
Like,
So when I say that they acting, so you saying they acting like it,
no,
as if they
well,
actually
here's the
don't.
thing. That if you make a conscious decision to say, hey, you guys, there's something called Pharaonism. We're going to say that that's acting like. They scheme this up. It's a political movement. It's all part of their, because what it links towards is trying to build their national economy, and they was trying to come up with a hinge to their country. So they was like, okay, the reason why they erect these monuments is for tourism. And so now when people get there, they started a whole tourism economy based off saying that they was related to ancient Egyptians.
Right. So when I said that they doing it but they don't mean it, so I went on and said that they stole it. Like now that they're trying to steal it from the ancient Egyptians, you disagree, right?
Well, I didn't. That's because the document didn't use the word stolen. It's in Pharaonism, they made a conscious decision to say they was lie about some shit. You want to say they
Okay.
stole it? Go ahead, but I don't want to be pitted into an
Yeah,
argument.
I'm
that
overemphasizing
I'm
on
mounting.
purpose.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not.
Yeah, I'm
mounting
doing
that.
it on purpose, right? I am. I'm reading a little bit more, right? It said the neo-pharaonic trend has been analyzed as a rather unique movement for Egypt, given that it is a state-sponsored populist discourse of identity, which moves away from Islamism and Pan-Arabism,
Thank
right? So they're moving away from Pan-Arabism.
2020, a 2020 resurgence. Now, why is the year 2020, 4 years ago, significant? Because you could trace our conversation about Kemet back to 4 years ago. Like, and when did these first, let me say a few things. Let's leave ourselves out of it. When did nations realize that they can meddle in another nation's democratic or whatever process through these computers and shit? Y'all don't remember? Was it 2016, the last election, when the Russian bots start popping up all over the place? Well, if y'all don't remember that, they made claims that foreign nations were meddling in our democratic process because they figured out you could just get on YouTube with a bot and say, you know what? I love Donald Trump, and have 1,000 bots saying it, and you can help get Trump elected. Well, that means other nations have picked up that, and they're trying to put their influence in whatever situation they want to influence. This is why they're trying to ban TikTok, because of the situations relevant to them. Well, what is the situation relevant in the culture right now to the Egyptian government? It just told you that the state sponsored Pharaonism in 2020. So they are sponsoring it. That means they putting money behind people saying that the ancient Egyptians there's some national continuity between the modern Egyptians and ancient Egyptians. They're putting money behind that. That means that one of those departments is people who get on YouTube, monitor, interact with, and try to influence our circles. And half of that is y'all. But y'all broke niggas who don't get paid for it. Because y'all highly impressionable. For real. Y'all highly impressionable. And y'all hear some movement that you can swing with, and y'all just don't even know how to get to the money. The state giving out money for doing what you doing, and you ain't getting paid for it.
This is what Smash is talking about. Look what they doing. Look what they doing right now. This is a city that they building out in the desert. On I think it's in the eastern desert outside of Cairo. This is gonna be their new government center. Y'all see that right there in the middle right there?
Hey, Smash, I like what you said, bro. I just hope you didn't hit none of your friends and while with that automatic weapon that you just let loose right there.
So this is what he's talking about.
Architecture. That's I mean, looking at that looks like some beautiful architecture right there.
Ain't it? But this is what they're doing. They're revitalizing what Smash is saying. That when they moved those mummies, they had a whole production and a whole thing on. I don't know if any of y'all seen that, but it was incredible to see.
I mean, but where else would you build a monument at other than Egypt? I mean, I don't know.
I mean, so I'm trying to get y'all to just come right out and say.
Out of here, y'all. I want to say peace to y'all. Peace, James. Peace, Smash. Peace, Lottie. Peace.
All right, so I want to hear y'all just come out and say that them people don't have no right to be building the obelisk. That's what I want.
Well, we ain't even doing that. We just dealing with the facts. Fact is, we knowing that they're making a political decision to attach themselves to a history that they already refuted and said they wasn't attached to, right? Like, we can't act like that ain't a reality.
That was not a reality, that they are not that they don't share a national continuity.
It's a reality that they made a political decision to attach themselves to ancient Egyptian by trying to state they have some national continuity.
Right. So that's why I felt like it was so important to at least separate the two conversations about this national continuity and the genetic continuity, right? Because the conversation, I think that we are kind of like, it's like we trying to talk about the genetic continuity, but it's shrouded in this national continuity conversation.
No one, I never had any intent to talk about genetic continuity. Everybody know there ain't no genetic continuity. They call it an area of confluence, where it confluences things mixing up. I never seen one geneticist argue for a homogeny or genetic continuity in that area. They argue for it being a mixing pot. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't even mention genetic continuity. You trying to get away from what's evident and case closed here and bring up something else.
No, you want
Smash, you crawfishing on me, bro.
He want to talk about
you
genetics, Smash.
Crawfishing on me, Smash. You just said this that is underlined. It's underlined, right? Like
I
implications.
said that was my first response to you bringing it up. I didn't bring it up. When you brought it up, I said, yeah, a genetic conversation underlies this conversation, but this conversation is about a national continuity. Now, what do I mean by that? If we was to make an outline we were about to write a paragraph or a book about national continuity, eventually we'll be talking about genetic continuity, whether it exists or not. But it's not, though, you know what I'm saying? It's basically that is a sub chapter in this greater conversation. Now, imagine if I opened up talking about genetic continuity as my overall top bar on the outline. Then you know that eventually national continuity would possibly be an underlying conversation to that. But the overall thesis, since I didn't establish it, Wiki established it. They said they tried to argue there was a national continuity. So we obviously, just as thinking people, want to see what falls under that. You know, and you pinpointed something that will fall under that, and I just said, yeah, that'll be something you talk about if you're talking about national continuity, but it's not mandated that you do so because the genetics could change hella times and it still be the same nation.
I actually believe that me and you are smart enough to have both of those separate conversations and not need to overlap either one of them. We could
But
talk
you're the
about
only one trying to
politics. No, I'm trying to make sure that we're not overlapping.
Yeah, you just bringing up the genetic one to do that. Let's deal with the. We can deal with the genetic one, but first we having a somebody TV. It's hella loud.
I don't know who that is, but watch this, Smash. So hold up, he wants to talk about genetics.
Let's get control of the background noise.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
Everybody, I'm about to mute. Let's mute our backgrounds. Go ahead.
Well, he wants to talk about genetics, and he seems like he's a pretty smart guy. So just read this right here for Moses, and let's see what you think about the genetic continuity. Read
using admixture and principal component analysis. PCA, we estimated the average proportion of non-African ancestry in Egyptians to be 80%, and dated the midpoint of the admixture event by using Alder to around 750 years ago. Consistent with the Islamic expansion and dates reported previously, the Ethiopian population showed, as expected, a more variable spectrum of genetic integration.
Stop right there.
Thank you.
So out of this, what you just read, what do you get out of that?
All right, let me make sure. We estimated the average proportion of non-African ancestry in the Egyptians to be 80%.
Okay.
It say what it say.
So that means okay. Now, when did they get there?
It say 750 years ago, right?
Okay, and what do they say it correlates to?
The Islamic expansion.
Yeah, the Islamic expansion.
Okay, so can we stop talking about this now?
Thank you. Hold on, let's leave this on the screen because we gotta beat this.
That actually ain't as clear as what you trying to say.
No, it's so clear, bro. 80% ain't clear to you.
Soon as
the 80% is clear. So let me ask you this.
Oh, let me ask you. No. Everybody asking questions. Hold on, I need to ask a question.
Y'all ganging up.
Hold on. All right, that's true. We're gonna let Logic speak. Then I want to ask you a question. Go ahead.
So particularly what this is saying that they're measuring what happened around the Arab expansion, and the people that you're concerned about are people who would be there before the Arab expansion.
No, bro, that's not what they saying. They say they traced it back to that. They didn't say that's what they measuring. If that's what they was measuring, that's what they set out to.
So they traced
examine.
it back to the Arab expansion. So that's like saying that it happened during the Arab expansion, right? So I'm saying that the people that y'all are concerned about are the people who were there before the Arab expansion.
You're messing it up. The people we're concerned about. What do my videos say? My videos say the modern Egyptians, bruh. Stop trying to do that. We talk about people after they expand. They're giving you evidence of how the people changed. We said there was one thing at first, then we got an Arab expansion, and now we got something now.
Bro, you understand that people can change without them leaving, right?
Oh man, you don't have to do Negro. Let's not do Negro intuition. Let's only do facts. We all smart black people, right? We don't have to just you know I understand what you understand. I mean, I guess. Let's just do the facts. Facts stated he put 80% non-African. The Egyptians are 80% non-African. So how is they African? How is they the original people who built that?
It's not them. And this is why when it says
y'all messing that up, man. See, because when you actually look at somebody in that northern region of Africa, you are gonna see a lot of I actually have a friend that I know is Egyptian, right?
Oh,
and he was kind enough to give me his DNA.
Why don't you just answer the question?
He don't want to answer the question. Hey, you get your book?
No, I did. I specifically answered the question. And y'all just didn't like it. I said y'all trying to talk about the people that's before that.
No,
Right.
that's
So
there.
look, what I'm saying is, and let's just see, like, I'm trying to slow it down and I'm trying to like rock with y'all. I didn't disagree with the article. I didn't come on and I didn't discredit the article. I ain't say, hey, where is that from? But I didn't even say that. I'm just going off of what it said, right? So they're talking about something that could have happened
But
during
you
the Arab
just said
expansion.
it though.
No, let me finish what I'm talking about.
Go ahead.
So I'm saying that the people that y'all are concerned about would have been people who were there before the Arab
No,
expansion.
but hold on,
right?
hold on. You keep just
No,
right. Let's just deal with
they
that one
before there.
statement, and I already
Go ahead.
straightened you out. Look,
Go ahead.
the people who are there now are there after the Arab expansion. We call them the modern Egyptians. We are
Okay.
saying the modern Egyptians ain't the ancient Egyptians. And this document is showing you that at 750 years ago, there was some change. And that, I mean, there was the Islamic expansion, and 80% of this non-African ancestry can be traced to that. So if you're trying to address the people before that, those will be the ones closer to the people we're talking about that were an original contingency who had African DNA, not 80% non-African DNA.
Right. I'm with you. I'm with you. I actually didn't even disagree with what you said right there.
So when you
Right.
All
read
right,
the
hold on. You've been getting hands put on for a minute. I'm gonna get off this punching bag, dude. Who want to get on this punching bag? I mean, golly.
let the elder
I'm pressing
flag
mute.
speak
I'm pressing mute.
Big brother flag is in the building. You gotta
I don't know. I
Look,
think
well,
everything is
before
fair.
Big Brother Flag go, I think it's important to understand. I think it's important to understand that when they're talking about that particular area, that nobody discards the fact that they've been. Is that hello? Who's that? Oh, that's somebody's TV. No, but that nobody's discounting the fact that there's been a flow of admixture coming from what's that, Western Asia for a very long period of time.
Show your
So
source.
it shouldn't be unusual to you to see
No
to
source.
see what?
Show the source showing that there's been this long period of time of this and that going forth and back from Egypt. We got 750 years ago when we see that it took place. So show the source for when this long period of time of all this stuff going back and forth was taking place.
Ah, man, I really don't want to do this.
I mean, what is the point? What is the overall point you're trying to make,
Well,
though? A lot of people, like,
my overall point is that that particular area has been known for a very long time to
Why you would
have.
just get him to show the source?
Yo, can I talk to one person at a time, bro? I know y'all like this conversation, man, but I don't want to yell, bro. I really don't.
Go ahead, bro.
I really don't. So all I'm saying is that it's not unusual for you to see waves of admixture coming from West Asia into North Africa in that particular area. Like that shouldn't be something that's worth disagreeing with, right? So the fact that you're trying to make it an area where you expect to see 100% African genetics, that part right there is already unrealistic.
Nah.
When
I don't think nobody making that claim.
Yeah,
when
nobody
sources
made that claim.
when it's very easy to find that it's an area of confluence, and it's very easy for you to see anything talking about that
Come on,
particular
bro.
area having
We
admixture
letting
for
you talk
thousands
hella
of
much,
years.
but you gotta make some sense. Just think about percentages, bro. Just think about it. Let's just be simplifying a bit. If somebody
And he
come,
agreed with
but
you.
we gotta lay out some just easy shit so we all can understand this. This is what you failing to understand. If somebody is West Asian and they come in and mix with somebody, first of all, there's someone there for them to mix with, right? So the continuity of foreign DNA at the beginning is only going to be close to 50%. Now, something is happening in this society where the consistency of foreign DNA in people on an African continent has moved to 80%. 80%. Now, you got to acknowledge that you can't just let that blow by and not acknowledge that, at least that elementary point. Moses.
Thank you.
So it
Yeah,
just showed
y'all-
the Khoisan going in and out and showing that they have Eurasian trait. Well, guess where the E1B1A trait starts? It's an African gene. It basically states that the Khoisan and this is what all the science has been saying, is that they help populate and create other types of human beings. So when it says Eurasian, they always point to the Khoisan as being their ancestor. So that's
And that's on a biological sense also, not to mention the cultural aspect to where they not also
hold on, slow down.
Yeah.
practicing
Let me pull that map back up.
practicing
Finish your statement, man.
Egyptian culture. You know
No,
what I'm
slow
saying? They
down,
more of a Islamic culture than Egyptian. So that's
Well,
on the cultural side also.
Real quick, James.
They're
Hold
showing the
on. Well, where's this map from? You could have just made this.
No, I didn't make this.
Well, where is it from?
Hold on, let me look at because
I mean, if you got it from somewhere, you ain't got to. I ain't trying to make you stop your presentation. Yeah, but you can't just give us a map. It's like,
it says humanity's forgotten return to African revealed in DNA back to African 3000 BCE.
Okay.
So I always when I get one of these when I get a screenshot, what I do is I put the title of where I got
that's
it
the
from.
name of the screenshot.
Yeah, so you can go and look that up.
Okay.
And read
now
the whole
article. I didn't want you to take it down. I just want to.
Yeah, I was just, but I had to do that so I could read.
Give the source first. Yeah.
Yeah, so I can read where I got it from. So that's what I do. So we could read that whole article, bro, and it's going to tell you that these people, the Khoisan was 100% African at one time. They're talking about their integration. If you look at the map, their integration is that between 1,800 years ago to 900 years ago is when they identify Eurasian DNA in them. But they saying the back migration DNA that they can identify starts at about 3,000 years ago when they start to recognize this back migration DNA up in Ethiopia. See that?
So what's up with this astrological number that Kath be coming with? Talking about talking about 2,400 BC. I mean 24,000 years ago.
Well, when you see, that's what I'm saying, because you got to understand about naming conventions. If we use, let me pull up another map, y'all, so I can maybe show y'all what's going on here. Hold on. But what's going on is naming conventions and people trying to be slick. We know the basal Eurasians, they don't have any stuff that Ngozie's talking about. They don't have any DNA for that. It's a hypothetical population with no Neanderthal DNA, right? If you know that, humans are right now, Africans have the least amount of Neanderthal DNA. So we know that Homo sapiens sapiens stayed in Africa for 230,000 years, right? With no admixture or no integration. Hold on, I'm trying to share this. Why I can't share it? Hold on. Okay, hold on. So this is another map saying pretty much the same thing, right? It's saying that 200,000 years ago, Africans became Homo sapiens sapiens. We leave out at around 60, 70,000 years. The back migration is dated to 3,000 years. So they start to look at these people's back migration, and they can measure their back migration two ways, y'all. It's by the amount of genetic diversity that non-Africans have. We have like 0.115% genetic diversity. They all non-Africans. They have 0.060. So we have almost double the amount of genetic diversity that they have. It's an exact unit of measure that these people are doing. So when we talking to people like Moses, he doesn't know what he's talking about. These people can measure the back migration of these people based on the amount of genetic diversity that they have and the amount of integration that they have with Neanderthals. They put it at a level of 1 to 4%. So if you have 1% or 4% Neanderthal DNA in your genetics right now, you are going to start to look like a non-African. You are going to be genetically a non-African in science. So we're talking about exact unit of measure at this particular point. It ain't no more guesswork. But y'all can keep playing around.
But that's where you start overshooting the mark, yo. I just said that it's noted it's noted as an area of confluence. That means that they've had that backflow of migration
No,
for
no,
a
no, no.
long
What
time.
Smash asked
Let
me,
me can I
hold on,
finish
no, no,
talking, yo, before
hold
you
on,
all right, I'm
no,
gonna let you
no,
finish
you
talking.
Hold
talking about
on. You gotta land
24,000
your
years.
I'm gonna
plane,
let you
Moses.
finish
You
talking, yo.
ain't made one point. You
You
lost
try to
this
I
say,
game.
really,
because
I really
Smash
have,
asked,
yo,
hold on,
and
I
I've
don't know
said
why
it
you
real
even
simple.
talking. Because Smash asked me a question about the 24,000 years ago. He's asking me why. So I'm telling him that Basel Eurasian that they're using is these people, only thing they did, Smash, is they left from Africa and they went over here to this peninsula. And they stayed for 10,000 years before they went up until Europe or Eurasia and started to mix with Neanderthal. They say that these people down here is Basel Eurasian. But guess what, Smash? If we know about the Nubian complex, we find arrowheads in the Arabian Peninsula at the same time. So they busted. You see what I'm saying? These people are Africans. They came over here, they chilled for a minute, they went up and they got admixed with Neanderthal. Everybody that back migrates, everybody in Europe or outside of Africa today have a 1 to 4% Neanderthal DNA level. They call these people non-Africans. That is how you measure it. So the back migration can be measured based on this introgression. That is what science is doing, not James, but science. They measure the back migration and they say at 3,000, before 3,000 years ago, we don't see no introgression. We don't see a large amount of introgression coming back into Africa, even though they got this stuff they call them Basel Eurasian, which is hypothetical. You see what I'm saying? These people is Africans down here before any introgression happens. That's what y'all got to understand, that they're talking about only the introgressed DNA. So that's why they measure it at 3,000 years BC and they measure it back into Africa. That's what they're doing. So anything you talking about, Moses, you tripping.
Check it
it's
out.
It's a done deal.
Hold on. I want to get this in here for Chief X in the audience talking about he gonna debunk this video at 2. Ain't nobody looking for the time you starting. If anything, they gonna wait till we finish and mosey on over there, if you hope. But since you're gonna be debunking stuff at 2, I'm gonna put something on the screen for everybody to see. And I want you to debunk this at 2:30. This is the Oxford Encyclopedia Ancient Egypt. And it says, thus, by modern American standards, it is reasonable to characterize the Egyptians as black, while acknowledging the scientific evidence for the physical diversity of Africans. All right, so just debunk that. Like say, nah, by modern American standards, it ain't reasonable to characterize the Egyptians as no black. Go on and do that, but debunk it with some qualified sources. This is the Oxford Encyclopedia Ancient Egypt, Volume 3, page 28. And while you at it, since you're going to debunk this whole video, debunk this about the skin of Mentuhotep, which I've been telling y'all since day one had to do with his Nubian ancestry. We go into the Oxford Encyclopedia Ancient Egypt. Hold on. I don't know if that source is right because this might be, well, it got to be right. I got it on here. If not, I'll look it up. I'll look it up live. But the clip says a statue of the Middle Kingdom founder, it's supposed to be Neb-Cheperah Mentuhotep with the black skin may point to his Nubian ancestry, although the use of the black may simply reflect the statue's Osirian symbolism. Now, which one did they give further evidence towards? What's the next sentence say? Artistic and physical evidence suggests that his wives, Ashai-et, Henenet, Kimsit, and Sadeh were probably Nubian. Okay, so they say it's between him being a Nubian or Assyrian symbolism, but then they give you more evidence about his wives being Nubian. I just wanted to interject that so Chief X could have something to debunk in this video. And I'm about to pull up the source at the origin because I'm questioning. Let me see something. Want to see, this was to say Nubia. One of us to say Nubia. So I'm going to pull that up and fix that right now. Let me see. But go right ahead.
How you doing, Mr. Flag? This is this logic. Probably formerly, my former name is on the screen, Moses Jefferson. Man, I'd be pretty excited to have a intellectual conversation with you, man. I think that you raised some pretty interesting points, and I'd like to get your opinion on some stuff. After I get done attempting to correct my brothers on this information.
Oh, you already lost, though. Well, go ahead.
No, it's all good. So what James is doing is saying, right? James is speaking about, he's having the argument that regards about purity, right? He's looking for this pure non-African race that has that he's looking for this purity, right? He's looking for the complete non-Neanderthal related genetics that he probably could find. More than likely, I'm gonna say a very, very high percent. You know, I don't want to say 100% because I don't know, but he's probably going to see that somewhere in maybe North Sudan or Ethiopia, which is going to be pretty far down from where you're talking about. We're talking about Northeast Egypt, right? When you're talking about Northeast Egypt, you're talking about an area that has been noted as an area of confluence, an area where you're going to find admixture from Western Asian people. So you shouldn't expect to see this pure 100% anything person. You should expect to see someone who's admixed from all different types of directions, and that's what studies say that you do find, right? So you're basically, when you say that you're looking for somebody with no non-African DNA, you are discarding the very thing that you are trying to protect with that statement. You are trying to protect the reality of the genetics of the people in that particular area in North Egypt. And that's just not the reality of it. It's noted as a place where you're going to find migrations in and out, and that's going to date back for a very long period of time. And you're not going to find this purely non-mixed person.
Slow down, buddy.
Thing.
Hold on. What are you saying? You saying that you saying that I can't find a unadmixed? See, that's what I'll be saying. Like, you just
So look, I'm slowing it down for you right here, right there, there where Egypt connects with Israel. That's the area of confluence, right?
What you're looking at.
You want to see what I'm looking at?
Yeah,
you had a map
right here.
Yeah, I'm kind of like visual, like making a mental picture for you.
Okay. I thought
where Northeast Africa is connected to Western Asia, right? You're looking at an area that is noted to be to have the migrations going out and back in, right? So it's not realistic for you to find people in that area to not be mixed with the people who left out and come back in. So if you're looking for this super low percentage of a person who has not been mixed over generations and generations, when the studies are showing that these people were leaving out and coming back in for thousands of years, that's not going to be realistic in Northeast Africa and Southeast Asia on both sides of that.
All right, let us hear from somebody else.
That claim, though.
You've been bumping your gums, bro.
He did.
Let him read. Hold up. Let him read this before he get up out of here, Smash. Let him read this. Hold up. Read this real quick.
No, you read it this time. I read it last time.
So you don't want to read for us, huh? So it says. So what you got to understand right here is this is somebody they found in an Ethiopian cave, right? This is what they use to measure the back migration. These people are scientists. You just somebody on here talking. What I'm doing is showing you the sources of how science used his DNA to measure the back migration of Eurasians, okay? So it says the age of Mota means that he should predate the Western Eurasian backflow, which has been dated to 3,000 years ago. This totally different piece of source that I brought. He says, we formally tested this proposition by using a F4 ratio estimating the West Eurasian component. Following this approach, adopting a pick rail at L as estimated, we failed to find any Western Eurasian components in Mota, thus providing support for previous dating of this event. So what event are they talking about? The back migration of Western Eurasia. They said that he's a good proxy to use to date the back migration. And they saying at his time at 4,500 BCE, he don't have no Eurasian back migration DNA. At 3,000 BCE, they
All
start
right.
to see it. So
Hold
stop
on.
talking and bring up some
Yeah,
sources.
hold on.
to
Let's
get
on
off the
somebody
path.
else because we got a new person, Tahaka. What's up? Nahesi. Then we got King J and Brother Flag, who ain't got a word in since Moses been getting hands put on it.
No, I just said Ethiopia. I literally just said that. But go ahead.
I want to hear from Tahaka. What's up? Who is that?
This King J. Peace of no.
Don't say you left the R off your Taharka and that's why you don't want to come in. Just go put the R on that Taharka. You'll be good. What's up, King J?
Nothing. I'm chilling, listening to the panel. Just joined in, doing a tattoo, but I'm gonna chime in. But quick question, just to throw this out there, to the panel. I do subscribe to the Egyptians being black. That's not a problem for me.
Word up.
So let's talk about Kushites. Would we say that they are Kushites are black?
Of course.
So if we identify them as black, will we say that anything off of them are less black, or so how will we determine that?
I don't get it. What's less black?
Exactly. So are they the prototype? So if that is the prototype of what a black person is, a Kushite.
Wait a minute. You just threw that in. You asked was they a prototype, then you said if they the prototype. So you basically answered. Let me ask you a question real quick. What is a prototype? A prototype for what? Blackness?
Well, the original. Well, I would say if we're saying what is they descend. So the Egyptians would descend from these Kushites, this Khartoum area, these Kerma, that.
Not necessarily, but quite plausibly. But we also got it. People coming in from the Green Sahara. You remember?
Yeah, I do. So, but that's my initial thing. Okay, like if we have this population in Khartoum and Kerma area that's we can say is black, then anything descending from that, are you following me? Like, is an admixture, correct?
No, not necessarily admixture. Put it this way. One thing we got to realize is that when we talk about a continent of all different type of black people, we can have admixture before you, let's just say somebody from West Africa mixed with somebody from the Sudan. They would have different genetics. Genetically, wouldn't we see some admixture reflected? Yeah, it would just be from two tribes that are both rendered black Africans. And so there would be admixture possibly if a Kushite married a Nilotic Negro, and I'm only using these old anthropological terms because I don't know the updated term for Nilotes, right? Their neighbors above them, they got two different linguistic pools as well as two different types of genetics. So there would be, before we even see some people from outside of Africa, we'd already see some admixture.
Most definitely. So the brother who was speaking earlier mentioned an area of confluence. So is that the area where he's suggesting the migration from the Levant possibly met up with the migration from the south?
Well, let's just if you got more to that question.
Well, hold on.
I just wanted to say, if whoever you addressing before they answer, area of confluence is a one of those terms and shit. Like that ain't reality. There's no ancient Egyptian term for area of confluence, and that's just something people use to try to steal Egypt. But I'll let whoever about to answer give a more appropriate answer. Then I might expound if I need to.
All right, go ahead. I'm listening.
Who was about to answer? Who was you asking?
The brother who brought up the question, who was speaking about it earlier. Is he still on? Logic? Is that his name?
Area of confluence, Logic. Yeah, well, until he comes back. Just let me tell y'all all some fake terms. What I mean by fake terms are terms that Europeans made up to understand a foreign culture and foreign geography and everything. Here's a fake term. Fertile Crescent. All right, this term was made up by James Henry Breasted, meaning no one in ancient times ever said, hey, let's go to the Fertile Crescent. It's fertile over there.
Middle East.
Yeah, there's another one.
Middle East.
Nobody ever was like, yo, we're to the Middle East. There are plenty of these terms that were made up to give, and another one, a phrase, area of confluence. That terminology is forced upon you to make you understand that it was people coming into this area. But what the geography let us know that the way where Egypt was set up is completely outside of what's called an area of confluence. And that those people who was confluencing, I don't know how you shift that word, but those people who were up there in North Africa were insignificant to the I'm talking about north, the borders of the Delta. They was insignificant to the foundation of what we know as Egypt. They became members of the society as the civilization moved northward. But the founding civilizations happened towards around Nakata and Kom Ombo.
I think that's the argument right there. I don't see why that's so hard to understand. I'm saying people don't want to accept that, and I don't know why. Like, why is that hard to accept? Like, that's strange.
Due diligence, what's hard to accept?
Well, it seemed like logic had an issue with that. It seems that, you know what I'm saying, the part that Smash said that the foundational culture group of Egypt is Black African people, and it seems like some people don't want to accept that. They want to make it an outside group, you know what I'm saying, an admixture group, you know what I'm saying, and associated with the new people that's there now. Go ahead.
Okay, so I would make an argument that, so are you familiar with the Badarians, right?
What about them?
So they're in that area of confluence we're talking about, the Badari. So would you say we're familiar with the Badarian skulls, the 174 skulls, the percentage which were admixture, the percentage which were 100% Negroid, the percentage which were Caucasoid, or you know what I'm saying? So the Badarian culture, that is significant. That is like, what would you say, dynasty that would be pre-dynastic Egypt, like zero dynasty, like, so is that the foundation group I would say would be from Egyptians. So are you saying that Badarian culture is 100% Negroid?
100% Negroid there's no such thing.
Yeah, exactly.
That's another one of those pseudo terms. So we would say,
well, black is the same thing. We're using black as in the constructs of, you know, racism. So that's they wouldn't have used black and white as we're using it now. So we understand that. So, you know.
Well, I'm trying to answer.
Are the Badarians admixed?
Like Smash tried to explain it to you. You can have two populations that's in Africa that come together and create a new population and still be all African.
But that's not the case of the Badarian skulls. That wasn't two Negroid populations.
I'm not saying.
But we're talking about the Badarian skulls.
I'm not saying that. So
the Badarian skulls show two different people groups. They show two different people groups.
So let me answer.
Okay.
So you would have to tell me, because I'm not that familiar with the Badarian, so I'm gonna say I'm not qualified. But if you name the two groups, I can probably answer your question, because I don't know the two groups that made the Badarian. If it's an outside culture, Caucasoid and Negroid made the Badarian culture. I don't know.
So they're going off of the skull types, which are phenotypes.
I don't know enough about the Badarian culture to answer your question.
What's the question? I was doing something else. What you said?
My question was to him.
I've never heard of that.
Is the Badarian culture admixture? Those skulls, those 174 skulls that they did the research on. What was the conclusion?
I mean, you know, that craniometry ain't accurate, and so we would have to have something else to answer that question. You can't just find some skulls and stuff and say we got admixture because they found out that was a pseudoscience. You know that Africans can have many different skull shapes, and we like my skull don't look like an Ethiopian skull, and vice versa. So they call it that pseudoscience.
Oh, and by the way, right, real quickly to interrupt y'all, I'm not trying to say that ancient Egyptians are coming from somewhere outside of ancient Egypt. I'm saying that they can share some genetic markers with people outside of ancient Egyptian and still be considered indigenous Africans. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's fine. But at 80%, then you just not even that no more. You more of what came in, and only 20% of what was originally there. That's what you got to reckon with.
I got you. I hear what you're saying.
But I mean, and also that 20% gives us traces that it was somebody else without no West Asian DNA who was originally there.
So we found something that we can agree on right there, right? You can have some genetic markers.
Because you done got hands put so on, you got to agree on this black string.
Nah, ain't nobody put no hands put on me.
Oh, we just talking about definitely not.
My coat's still white, dog. My coat definitely still clean, dog. I ain't gonna lie to you. So what I'm saying to you is all I've been trying to say. Don't try to mix me up with nobody else arguing. All I'm saying is that even if these people do share some genetic markers that come from outside of Africa, that does not mean that they're not indigenous Africans.
No,
so just get that part of what I'm saying first.
Up though, because I responded to that. What you
no,
were saying, what you were saying is would be true if we wasn't dealing with 80%, bro. Now you like just go get anything.
I ain't addressed that. I didn't address that.
Go get some Coca-Cola, right? Let it be water and put 20% Coke and drink that and think you're drinking a Coke. You feel me? It's going to be more water than Coke. You're going to taste more water. Go take 80% Coke and put 20% water. You still going to be thinking it's a watered down Coke. What you ain't going to never say is a Coke down water until you flip it over. You see what I mean? And so it's the same with the genetics. Once you get to 80%, you can't.
I ain't going to lie to you. I don't trust James. I'm gonna put it just like that. I don't trust. I don't trust James. I don't know what the hell that was.
I already know.
I'm gonna keep it real with you. I read it. I didn't disagree with it. I don't trust James. I don't know what he got me up. I don't know what he got me up there reading.
We done got you all the way down to I ain't gonna
James
lie.
might be subscribed to Stargazer magazine for all
We done got you all the way down to I don't trust him. See, he didn't read it on the screen. Right. You're supposed to read with your own eyes when you don't trust somebody.
I ain't see a source. I saw a newspaper clipping. I don't know what that was. He got me.
All right, you got hands. I want to hear from Sarah Sin. I know he think he got some sources over there. What's up with you? He ain't opening up that mic. Dude, that's that spookism. You know how it be when you get on the big stage? You be thinking you ready. Hey, I'm just acting like alive because I got this black truth behind me. None of y'all about to come knock me down. Come on. Come on. Go get Ujahu. I got something for his ass. He gonna run straight up out of here when I put that Kimu up. Hold on.
Yo, Moses, let me read the name. So you think I just pulled the name of the source is tracing the route of modern humans out of Africa by using 225 human genome sequences from Ethiopia and Egypt. So everybody just heard me read that. You can play this back, type that in, and you can get the whole source for yourself. Okay.
That's on Google Scholar.
No, that's a journal paper. It's got a.
They say tracing the route of migration out of Africa.
Yeah. But you just got to play back the audio. You can stop it and type it in for yourself. You can see for yourself. I mean, but anything I bring up is gonna have a DOI number or something like that. I'm not doing that. But what's going on now is we found a precise unit of measure that we could use to end this. Oh, they was indigenous Africans. What is an indigenous African? You see what I'm saying? It's got a unit of measure where we can measure now. If you got 1% something, 1 to 4% of something, you ain't indigenous. So we can stop it.
But I don't get
No,
it.
not
One to
percentage.
4% seems like it's hella low.
Go ahead,
No,
Smash.
not when you adding that what we adding into it, because we know
Hold
that.
on, hold on.
see that
Pan African James, hold on real quick. Are you saying that? So if I say indigenous, I'm thinking about years. So how long do you have to be at a location to be considered indigenous? Not what percentage of anything you are.
I don't even
How long?
make that
How many
back.
years?
Well, you guys,
don't work
we
like
already
that.
went through that, and you got two different criteria for indigenous. The indigenous we talking about is somebody that was born on the land. That's what we talking about.
So that's like a white girl who born in South Africa who's indigenous to South Africa. So now she's
ain't
African.
no white girl born in
We're
South
talking about
Africa
from a
indigenous
genetic
to South Africa,
from
bruh.
a genetic standpoint. We not indigenous. Okay, so let me ask you this: are we as African Americans? You think we indigenous to America?
Yes.
Wow.
What's your nationality? What's your nationality?
No, you don't know what indigenous means.
What is your? This is where I was born at. This is where I've been.
That ain't what that
I've never
means.
been to Africa.
No. So you saying Europeans who took over the land from the Native Americans, they indigenous to this land?
So I'm saying if you answer
I'm asking you, hold on, I'm asking you another question. I done left us out of it. Let's leave us out of it. You saying that Europeans that took over this land, they indigenous to America right now.
But hold on, let's get
you don't know what it means,
bro.
bro.
James, hold on, bro. Let's get some clarity.
That's what he's saying, James.
But hold on. But answer my question first, James. How many years do you have to live in a place to be considered indigenous?
Well,
You know, that don't got nothing to do with it.
We're talking about criteria. You have to be genetic.
You said it's two criteria, bro. I'm just asking you for the sake of the conversation.
Man, I can't let my show have these dumbass questions. No disrespect. But that don't got nothing to do with it.
3,000 years.
You asking how long? It's about where you was born, not how long. You could have been born. Look, you could be born and they take you right out now, and you would still have been an African who was indigenous. Now, if you trying to ask a different question, James and King J, think about it for a minute and ask the question.
He's talking to you, King J.
I'm here. So if there's like the population group you mentioned earlier, the Khoi, so they were not the first people in the area. You understand what I'm saying? They weren't just born in South Africa. They came from somewhere. So that argument kills all of that. So, but we say they're indigenous.
So if you was honestly trying to learn, then I know the humility of saying it ain't no stupid questions. But if you consistently come on the show and try to sabotage and throw us off and shit, then you could be addressed appropriately. You feel me? It ain't no disrespect in it. It's like you doing some dumb shit just to get us.
So what was the problem, Smash?
You asked us how many years it take for you to be indigenous.
That's a legit
question.
But
that is a legit question because you want to know why. You probably really don't know the answer to it. But the way that you be coming on the show in the majority of the time is
nobody answered it.
But I'm just help me out. I'm trying to clear up the way I sound. It's the fervor behind that because you always come on with the spirit of not really trying to contribute, trying to distract. But maybe you really didn't know the answer to that, and so I would be at fault for saying that's a dumbass question.
Exactly. But
okay. Let me give you an example. Let me try to give him let me try to give you an example, right? To your question. This is why it's a crazy question to ask. So let's say you move to somewhere different, wherever you at. Let's just imagine you move to Australia, right? And then your question is, and let's say you indigenously from Africa, right? And then you move to Australia and you ask the question, how many years does it take to be indigenous?
Exactly.
Well, there's a lot of factors to take into consideration because one, you only gonna live about 70 years. So that's kind of a silly question because now the next person is a different person. And who did they breed with? So you can go 100 years and be bred out. You can be bred out. And then, so it's a whole lot of different factors. There's no one way to answer that question because you, the person, once you die, you don't know who your kid been bred with. You know what I mean? You talking about going way into the...
Even that dude is taking us off of it just a little bit because Imhotep said it the best. He just said it with a calm voice. Indigeneity is about being the first there, not how long you've been there. And that's kind of like, I thought we all had an understanding of that. We could be in America for hella much longer. Another 2,000 years, we won't be indigenous. Who was first here? So we was first in Africa. Our people, but here's the thing. Brother Flag wanted me to change the way that I stated it because I'm like, no, we not indigenous Africans because we didn't spawn there, but I didn't mean to say that we don't descend from the lineage of indigenous Africans. Like those who were actually there and spawned there and lived and then that went on, yeah, we descend from that. But I don't know if I confused or helped. I was intending to help.
Nah, that helps. But also,
yo, peace, brothers, peace.
Culture, hold up, brother. When we talk about
yeah, we're gonna
culture,
get you next.
we're talking
Tahaka.
about pre-dynastic and Upper Egyptian compared to European. When Soykeda did the experiment, he found most of them were close to the African tropical series. So, what exactly were you trying to make a point with the Bedouin culture about, Brother King James?
Well, you know, some old books. Go ahead, Jay.
The admixture. So what we came to the conclusion was that it was that's scientific racism. The phenotype saying the nose is this big and that's attributed to black people. So that's what it is. But we see that there are different Caucasoid skulls, there are Negroid skulls, there are different percentages. There are different percentages. Some are more Negroid, some are more.
No, we acknowledge that as pseudoscience, so you probably want to say that them was all African skulls, and we don't know, whether they was Caucasoid models.
But it's pseudoscience when I say it, but when other people, when we start giving facts and stuff about other things, then it's acceptable.
I'm only talking about the classifications you use when you said Caucasoid skulls. Put it this way. They say that the Somalian got a Caucasoid skull, so do that mean that's a white person? So that's what I'm saying. That's pseudoscience, but I'm just trying to let Nahesi the Hawker go because he was waiting hella long to talk.
Hey, peace, smash, peace to the brothers on the panel. Hey, so I think we got a argument that we got to reel it back a little bit because I keep hearing the term Egyptian, right? And Smash, you know as well as I do that we first have to, or some of the brothers that don't know or study the dynastic period of Kemet, right after the 20th dynasty, we first have to determine when the word Egypt came into existence.
That's right.
So we know the exonym Egypt or Egyptus, and then Egypt came into existence around the 7th century BCE. So I think we're doing a disservice of still calling our ancient Ramesh Kemet Egyptians because there was no Egyptian prior to the 7th century BC when the Greeks brought that into existence, and we know that from Homer. That was the first ever recorded existence of Egyptus, and then Egypt, and then the Romans. So getting back to the original point at hand, this political move that this neo-Pharaonism is the same as neo-Dionysism that the Romans and Greeks did. All right, same thing, same political move to hijack nothing wasn't theirs in the first place. So I think you got to take them back to the existence of the word Egyptian. Now, I think we got to stop doing a disservice and get rid of that word. And we're going to refer to the ancient Ramesh or Kemi, because look, you know as well as I do, Smash, that look, when the Greeks referred to Kemi in the Greek time, what attestation did they use? They said when, Mes, and Kemi, right? Greeks born in Kemet. And then you know the difference between when they had the the quotations around it, that was saying that, okay, we're saying that you're a Greek, but that was only from status. So we got to take them back to that first and then start referring the ancient Ramesh as Egyptians. So that's where we need to start at, brothers.
I definitely agree. The word Nubia as well would fit under that same category.
Exactly.
But the thing is, they won't
Exactly.
do that because that prevents them from being able to group both of these different people groups under one word of Egyptian. That's the thing
They
that
don't
I've noticed
belong
with
under
that.
one word Egyptian.
Exactly. So, but we can talk about the
We
land
gotta
of
get rid of that word.
but we could talk about the Temehu and the land of Tamahu. We could talk about Tasame. Those are the real names of the
Taseti, yeah.
I was under the impression that
Wawa.
the they that King J was talking about was Egyptology. But the way that Logic tried to second it, I think that there was some confusion. When you were saying that when you said that they use Egypt, well you talking about the way that it's just used in Egyptology, right? Yeah.
Correct.
Or the Greeks. The Greeks used it in that manner. If you look at I can't remember the name of the book. It was a Hellenistic ethics, and due to their tax system, they had identity. They had status of identities, and when you use these attestations as win, miss, in Chemi, this was long before, or somewhat before, probably during the Ptolemaic period, they were still using the word Chemi. There was no Egypt in existence. So we got to stop using that. So now when you can refer to the Egyptians, you have to refer the Carians and all from after the Ramesu III, after he put a butt whooping on them, the Libyans mixed with the sea people and all these other people, and then they came back in. So when we refer to the Egyptians, that's when we can start saying all of these foreigners come in. So
it'll be a little later than that if to keep it real. I hear what you're saying. It'll probably be closer to what, 700. That term wasn't even around before 800 BC, right?
Exactly. So we gotta use Egyptian and Ramesh Kemet with care. We're insulting.
You know, I understand that argument.
Oh, excuse me.
I
I
understand
think we're insulting. I think we're insulting our ancient Ramesh Kemet or Kemetiyu, or however you want to phrase it, by still calling them Egyptians. They weren't Egyptians.
Well, I don't disagree with you. And sometimes that just happens when that's not the focus of the conversation. You know what I mean? Like, definitely we pay attention to detail if we even have a certain linguistic type of conversations. But sometimes it will just arrive as a colloquialism or an easy way just to let people know what we're talking about. But that's not contradicting anything you're saying. You 100% right. We shouldn't say that.
No, and I agree with, but I think earlier in the conversation was talking about neo-Pharaonism. So this is the same political stunt that the Greeks pulled literally to take over the not only identity, but the ethical identity portion of the ancient Ramesh Kemets. And so they're doing the same thing as per this conversation. The Islamic movement is now trying to shut down the Afrocentric movement again, like they've been doing. Simple as that. But that's all I wanted to interject, man. Good discussion, brothers.
I don't think all that means anything, to be honest with you.
You tripping. Hey, I'll be right back. Let's let James, you can host.
Yeah, I got you.
All right, I'll be right back. I gotta find my phone.
Let the elder brother Flag, if you got your mic together, we love to hear from you. So,
warm greetings, family. Hotel. Okay. First of all, peace to the panel. You guys have a very lively and educational for me discussion, and it's a lot of things I can't speak to it at all. I'm going to have to put in the folder to look into later. But the things I can speak to, if I can get to that point again, is where you started when Smash was talking about, and I can't pronounce the word. What is it? Pharaonism in 2000?
Yeah.
Help me with pronounce that word, please.
Pharaonism.
Pharaonism. And that's when they decided that they wanted to identify with the historic culture of Kemet, right? So I want to, I penciled in a little timeline here. And so in 2000, that came in. Well, in 1987, just, was that 13 years prior to that, the Association for the Study of Classical African Civilization, under the proclamation of Dr. Yosef Ben Yakinen, took over 1,000 African Americans to the Nile Valley. What kind of impact you think that had on those empowered the government and the administration? And what do you think they could see after going through what happened 24 years prior to that? And that's when Dr. Diop and Obenga at the UNESCO conference officially and scientifically reunited Kemet, Egypt, with the rest of the continent and its history and culture. Okay, and then I just want to go a little bit prior to that. And prior to that, 1960 to 1970, what were they doing? They were displacing the Nubians along the Nile to make way and flood their villages in the area where the dark-skinned remaining Africans in large numbers live. That thing, Dr. Ben calls it that dam. Okay, so they put that dam in, causing them to have to move the Pharaoh Ramesses temple. And they elevated, I think it was 200 feet. They did a great job with that. And then a little bit earlier than that was in 1922 when they found that little boy, one of the most politically least influential pharaohs of all the dynasties, is Tut. So in line with the rest of the pharaohs, he's way down on the list. As far as his impact and what he did in his reign or anything. But in modern terms, in modern times, this dude overrides, more people know about Tut than any other pharaoh. So he has a strong, powerful impact on the modern. So I want to go back to 2000, and then I want to move ahead to 2007 in Kemet, when I made my pilgrimage there, my first pilgrimage there, celebrating 20 years of the 1,000 African Americans who had came with Dr. Ben 20 years previously. And at that conference, the remaining Nubians in the area, the mayor of the village, and some other high government officials attended our conference. I have video of that, I have photographs of that, and may the ancestor be praised, Dr. Asa G. Hilliard III made his transition during that conference. And then I want to go a little bit further to last year, before I go there, in 2007, I had a conversation with one of the tour guides or facilitators. And these guys, they look like our light-skinned cousins, okay? You can't tell them, they can come to the barbecue, you wouldn't even say a word, you wouldn't look at them second. But you sit down and you get in a conversation with them, and then you get into specifics because, you bring in the money and they want to seem buddy, friendly, family with you. And I would make the distinction in the conversation when I talk about sub-Saharan Africa. The term they invented, they invented to separate them from us Black Africans, so-called. And the guy told me, I don't like that term. Please don't use it. And I said, what term is that? He said, sub-Saharan. And I said, why you don't like that? He said, because it separated us. I said, oh, that's cute. That's cute. You invent a term and you utilize it to do one thing, And then when it's not working anymore, then you stop everybody else from using the term. Okay, fine. So I was saying that happened in 2007. In 2023, last year, when I went with was 260 of us, we had a guy, we had 6 guys, we had 6 buses. And on my particular bus, this guy was so well versed in the history of Kemet and the temples. It was amazing. And then at a certain point, and he really elevated me as an elder and other things. But one thing, so we got kind of buddy there. And he said, man, I got to make you this drink before you leave. Okay, well, at the end. But I said, so we were talking. I said, well, what's your background? Because like he said, like I said, he looked like one of my light-skinned cousins. And he said, I mixed with, and he told me his mixture. And his religion is Muslim. So to make his job more, what's the word? Make sure he does a good job at his job, and he did an excellent job, right? He's giving us all this history, but he didn't bring religion into it. He did not bring religion in. And he spoke as if he identified as an African, as a Black African, which he did a very good job. So I wouldn't test him. But I'm just saying that to say how on this short timeline, I just went from what, 1922 to 2024. Okay, 98 years, right? No, 102 years. How us getting educated, us re-examining the information, us recovering the true facts and its impact is still being created right now with you guys and your studies. And so I want you to, you're doing such a wonderful job. I say, I want you to make sure that you pay special caution to not get caught up in the sand trap and down there. Because what you're doing is what ASCAD was founded to do with your study and your discussion. And the brother said we should get do away with Egypt. Right, at a time, it's going to come. But in certain conversations with certain people, absolutely. Or you can just listen, and that'll let you know the level of that person's study. You see? I said, so it's going to go away the same way the word Negro came up. That's on my birth certificate. Okay? So the same way, 1951, I was a Negro, 2024, I'm an African. Okay? It's with that knowledge, that study, and that march towards truth. And so that's my contribution to this point of you guys' conversation. Thank you.
And what you're talking about, Elder Flag, is you're talking about linguistic evolution. And that's what's going on. And a lot of our people don't understand. And it's almost like a trick that they use. So we know that the term Black is associated with African. But some people want to get us to stop using Black, even though we know at once upon a time that it was okay to use, just like Negro was okay to use, and so forth. They change these words when they fall out of favor and say that these words are offensive. You don't want to use the term. So now they're using indigenous African. Indigenous African is synonymous with Black, African. It's a synonymous with Negro. It's a synonymous with African. So either which way you go, indigenous African is synonymous with all of those terms, even though they fall out of favor on a linguistic evolutionary term. That's what's going on.
I was hoping that you would get a broader understanding than just the linguistics. I'm talking about not only the linguistics, that's one of the tools they use to confuse and discombobulate honest people trying to dig truth out of falsehood. But also it's your culture. And so like that guy, he put his culture aside. The primary component in that country and in many parts
he blank out? Can't hear him.
Yeah, we hear him.
Nah, he's still speaking.
I hear him.
One of the major and most important aspects of their culture is their religion. Ergo, what is the name of Egypt? Somebody tell me. Anybody? What is the country of Egypt? What is its official name?
The Arab Republic of Mizraim.
Exactly. Exactly. So when you're talking about, so that tells you how much time you need to spend on certain propositions and how much value you can get by spending too much time on it. It starts losing its value because you're talking about Arabs. You're talking about, and the Arabs have always been the enemy of Africans. The Arabs have always been those who desecrated the temples and the culture of Kemet and Egypt, you know. But now that they came into power, and I think that happened around, let me see here. But they put the canal, and then, you know.
About 1950, I just, you know, it seemed like I think British gave them independence about 1950.
Another thing that happened was 9/11. See, when we start looking at Arabs as our sworn enemies, or we were directed to look at them that way, the people that wasn't involved in that, and that they were working to get themselves closer to who? Anybody that was coming over there spending money. And we African Americans was a large part of that. And so they have a certain segment put aside to recognize and facilitate our having a good experience. And that's one of the reasons Zawi Hawass got put out of his position, because he was just holding the traditional line before the positive and information that was brought forth by these conferences and the studies that were coming forth. It was time for that stuff to be moved, so these people could get what? Access to commerce. So that's an important part of your culture as well.
But question. I mean, had anybody did any studies of these these guys in modern day Egypt, these Arabs? How do they explain their ancient? Because I guess all three religions believe in God, Moses, all Abrahamic believers and shit like that. So when Abraham, or are they saying Abraham was the Egyptian? What are they saying? Because their ancestor go back to Abraham. So what is the
okay. Here's what you're doing. You're talking about eponymous ancestors.
I know they're not real. I understand that.
Okay, well,
they are eponymous. No. Hold on. I'm not finished. Yes, they are eponymous ancestors. I understand that. But I'm playing with them. Like, what are they saying? Are they I know Abraham, Moses, none of those characters are real. But how are they explaining it to the massive if they're saying that the Egyptians are their ancestors? How, when Abraham came, they know the story. So how is Abraham, who is from?
Okay,
you're missing key pieces to the puzzle, right? That I think that you might not be omitting them on purpose. I'm gonna give you that much, right? I don't think that you omitting it on. I'm answering it, right? And I'm showing you where you're getting confused, because I know you've heard this before, right? Simply because people can share genetic markers, it doesn't prevent them from being indigenous to their particular area, right? I've actually been sitting here in the back while I was listening to Mr. Flag talk, and I was reading James's source, right? I'm actually put it up here on the screen for us right now. I'm about to go ahead and share it, so we can actually read who these people actually are, right? And you can see for yourself, that these people,
that you as a black person are not the ancient Egyptian, but that it comes from an Arab source. So this is how they do it. They say that we're the Arabs, we've been here, and blacks were not here. You're separate. You're the Nubians. We, as the Quraysh people, eventually stop worshiping idols when Muhammad comes. And so this is what they use when they talk historically. All right, go ahead with your DNA.
That was excellent. That was
Hold up,
excellent.
I'm trying to do it on my phone.
Explanation.
So after he does that, I want to make a comment that's kind of confusing and
But I
disheartening to
wasn't.
me, but I don't want to.
But I wasn't finished though. You guys just cut me
Yeah.
off. Like,
No,
you know what
I'm
I'm saying?
telling you, they can still be the
I
same
was
people, yo. You're missing that. But go ahead. I'm
Yeah.
trying to figure
I
So
out.
literally said I'll
what?
go in after you, bro.
Hold
I wasn't
on.
trying to cut you off.
Yeah. What? Well, Shaw, my brother, Asar was saying. Yeah, he broke it down well. You know what I'm saying? So if Muhammad came and Muhammad followed the book, and the book of Muhammad acknowledged Abraham, right? So and Moses and all that. But Moses had the Egyptians. If you go by the story, Moses had the Egyptian people flooded in the Red Sea and kill a whole bunch of Egyptians. So a story get weird. Like were those people also your ancestors got drowned? Or
It's not history.
I know it's
right?
not history, but they believe in that shit. They believe
Right.
in that shit.
Right.
You saying I'm saying we know it's not history.
But
They
you asking
believe in that.
if they are our ancestors. That's your
Not
question
no,
after that.
no. He's saying, how do they put their ancestors with them? Let me give you the other answer in the Bible. And this is one of the apocryphal books. This I pulled out in a debate. There's a gentleman in the books named Habakkuk. And Habakkuk is supposedly the father of the Arabs, who starts in ancient Egypt. And and I can't remember if he's the child of the slave wife of Abraham or Sarah. But if you look up Habakkuk, it's going to take you through the whole walk of how Arabs are Egyptian, and then they're given the Middle East, and then he takes over this. And this is part of the apocrypha history in the Bible. That tells the story of how the Arabs come into power.
Can y'all see the screen right here?
Yeah, you got Pharaonism.
So Pharaonism. This is the same article that Smash pulled up earlier, right? If you scroll down, right, you'll see that the whole story isn't in one paragraph. Because if you look right here at the critiques of Arab nationalism, they say Arab critiques, not American critiques. Arab critiques of Arab nationalism contend that it works to erode or annihilate the native Egyptian identity by superimposing only one aspect of Egypt's culture. Right? So what does that mean? That means that Arab nationalism actually is eroding, right, a part of their culture. Right?
Oh,
They're not telling the whole story when they're talking only about Arab nationalism. And when we're talking about Egyptian culture, right? We're talking about the same place where you saying that these people come in and now have replaced these people. Their culture is eroded by Arab nationalism. That's what Smash's source actually says. That's what it
they was
says right there.
explaining to you. That's what they was explaining to you.
So what you're saying,
that's what's crazy.
Hold up, yo. So what somebody came in and interjected is that, oh, these new people, they basically don't have a right to claim this ancient culture. They have no ties to it. These are some new people. You're calling them Arabs, right? Since you're calling them Arabs, I'm saying that they consider themselves, if you read a little bit further into it, they consider themselves distinct. It says historically Egyptians have considered themselves distinct from Arabs.
Yes.
Right? That's what Egyptian culture is about, right? It's not telling the whole story when you look at it through this Arab lens, right? That's basically what the article is also getting at. So you can't exclude that part of their culture, that they consider themselves extinct. So I'm not excluding that they had an Arab imperialism come in, change the culture around, and their own critics acknowledge that actually changed their culture. When
Well,
you're
hold on,
talking,
Logic. Hold up, Smash.
no, I'm not holding on right now. I'm actually reading your source right here, right? So this is the source that you gave me. I'm gonna show you your paragraph. So you're making sure it's the exact same source that you gave me, right? sit right here where you say you and your admixture, there's your 80% right there, right? You see the
Correct.
paragraph?
Yeah, that's it right there.
Okay, that's it right here, right? Now, when I go down to the conclusion of your article, in conclusion, the analysis of Ethiopian and Egyptian whole genome sequence data identifies modern Egyptians as the African population whose genome and haplotype frequency most resembles those of non-African populations. The fact that we could identify, as you keep reading, the fact that we can identify in Egyptians an African genomic component that is distinct from West and East African components further supports a minor degree of population continuity in Egypt since out of Africa disposal. That's what OOA stands for, right? Yeah. These findings point to the northern route as the preferential direction taken out of Africa. In doing this, they resolve the puzzle. They have resolved the puzzle of archaeology or archaeological similarities and Neanderthal admixture, which are readily accommodated by northern exit route, but not a southern exit route, and fit well in the recent discovery of human remains dating back to 55,000 years ago in Israel. Furthermore, the data generated here provided a better source of information for spatial explicit demographic models. Our analysis did not, blah, blah, blah. So what is with that? So tell me what you getting out that. Okay. Right? Because when I read that, it's telling me that their genetic population's been the same for 55,000 years.
No, that's not what it's saying.
What?
The study.
Do I need to read it again?
No, listen. You asked me how do you conclude this? In the conclusion, what they're telling
you talking about their conclusion, not mine.
Yeah, their conclusion. What they're saying is they use their DNA to conclude that the northern route was the route, because that's what this study is about. Which way did they take out? Did they take that route out of going across the Red Sea from Yemen, or did they take the northern route coming out where the Suez Canal is today? They conclude that based on genetics that they can see, and they put that Neanderthal DNA, that's what they were using to measure the back migration, that's the route that they took out of there. That's what they're saying. But if you go up there, so you saying that they put that date up here earlier, that was just some type of fictitious date that they put up there at the 750,000. Hold on.
I'm gonna read the sentence again.
No, you what you doing is you
James, I'm gonna read the sentence again. The fact that we could identify in Egyptians an African genomic component that is distinct from West and Eastern African components further supports a minor degree of population continuity.
Yeah, so that
in
means
Egypt,
that they
since the outer Africa dispersal.
That means that they still see a minor degree in the people that they're there today, and they're saying that it's a minor. They still see a minor genetic evidence of them people who they were originally was there, but the other percentage is what was replaced, the 80%.
It don't say that they replaced it, man.
Go up there and
that's
read
not what they're saying.
Read that what it says. Why I was talking about what they talking about the admission. What is that talking about? They just made that up.
No, I didn't say
the same article.
It's saying that there's 80% admixture, right?
Yeah, and they got a date on it.
Right, and that's dating back to the 750 years ago, right?
Yeah, so that's what they're talking about at
right. And then when you go down to the conclusion,
you talking about at 55,000 years ago, you talking about
so when you go down to the conclusion, right? The conclusion of the article, which is the summary of all the other stuff that they put above it. Am I right or am I wrong on that? Does it not say that there's a degree of population continuity there since the out of Africa disposal? Does it not say that?
Yeah, the 20% that they're talking about, bro.
Right, the 20%.
So if it's been there,
they further support a minor degree of population continuity in Egypt since the out of Africa dispersal. They're talking about the 20%. The other 80% is
right.
Place. Like
that if they're talking about the 20% being the same since the out of Africa disposal.
So yeah, so now if you hold up, so if you got 80% of that, So if you got 80% of something that's not that, what does that mean? And they're saying that it came from West.
What does the word admixture mean?
They're saying that this DNA came from Western Eurasia. So that's what they're saying. They're saying that it's non-African DNA that came in at 80%.
So look,
what is wrong with
you're attempting to focus on 80%. I'm not attempting to do
anything. What are you talking about?
Right now we're talking about this 55,000 years that's been there.
Listening, this is what you talk when you see people that can't comprehend what they read.
Oh, I'm comprehending it very well. It says it's been there since the Outer Africa dispersal.
This is evident that you can't comprehend what this.
I'm not comprehending it.
No, you're not.
I'm actually tripping right now. That it does not say that there's population continuity since the Outer Africa dispersal. It don't say that.
It says in conclusion, the analysis of Ethiopian and Egyptian whole genome sequences identified modern Egyptians as the African population whose genome haplotype frequencies most closely resemble those of non-African populations. What are they talking about?
Keep reading.
No, we're going to stop right there. They said that we said that they genomes most resemble non-African populations. They're telling you.
Keep reading it.
I'm not going to keep reading it because you can't.
I'll keep reading it.
You can't even comprehend what they're saying.
The fact that we could identify Egyptians an African genomic component that is distinct. They're not surprised about this non-African DNA that they find. They say it's distinct from West and East Africa. They say that this is a distinct population that they don't find in Northwest, Northeast Africa.
So
they're not denying that. They're not denying that these people.
You know how crazy you sound.
I don't sound crazy. I'm literally sitting here reading it.
So where they get their DNA from? Are they humans?
Of course they're humans, man. Now that sounds crazy.
That's what you're saying.
Hold on. Let's slow down. Let's slow down. I feel like this. I can see
DNA
out
from
of
West Africa, and they didn't
hold
get
on.
Let's
just keep
their DNA from?
Let's keep it together, bro. Keep it together. Because I've already stated, and I'm hoping that you can acknowledge, right, that you can have admixture from wherever and still be considered indigenous Africans.
Oh.
Right. So just because you can see admixture from Eurasia into this indigenous African population, it does not prevent them from being indigenous African. They're saying that saying that their DNA is distinct from East and West Africa.
You're gonna have to
then it's saying that that it has a population continuity in Egypt, meaning it has not changed.
That's crazy. So what are they talking about? That 750% non-African DNA coming?
Okay, you know what? I overstated that.
750 years.
I did it on accident.
750 years ago.
And I did it on
80% genetic
Hold
change.
up. I'm gonna let you talk. We're trying to clarify the article.
Yeah. So go back.
What they're saying.
What are they talking about up there about the genetic? So you're talking about at 55,000 years ago. You're talking about predating 750 years ago. So we're talking about what happened at 750.
We're talking about the ancient Egyptians right now. We're talking about 55,000.
Okay. So now go up to what happened.
We're talking
at
about people being in that area.
Go to what they said happened at 750 years ago in this article. What happened?
What does the word continuity mean to you?
No, I'm talking about what they said happened at 750 years ago.
They say that they had the Arab expansion. You see, I'm being honest. I'm answering your question.
They were genetically replaced at 80%.
The word replaced is not in there.
So if
they're not using the word replaced.
This is why we can't have conversation with people.
Don't overextend it on purpose. See, I was willing to say that I overstated it when I said change. Change is not the right word. But continuity is the right word.
Of what you're saying.
Right. So let's look at a modern example. The Native Americans, right? The Native Americans are going to have genetic continuity from way back before colonialism. Now, if you look at their DNA today, it's going to be mixed up with all type of new stuff. But that doesn't mean that these people are not the Native
But
Americans.
hold on. So the Native Americans before Europeans or anybody got here, what was their genetic continuity? Was they 100% Native Americans? Just indigenous people over here? They was once upon a time.
Are you still looking for this 100% human thing?
No, what I'm saying that once upon a time they didn't have mixing with these Europeans. Do you understand that?
I understand that.
So
even though they had to cross through Europe to get here,
hold on.
I'm following you. Go ahead.
So bam. And so when Europeans get here, they start to procreate with Native Americans, we assume, right? So
they had to cross through Asia to get here. My bad. Go ahead.
So now you can start to see European DNA in Native America. Just like we can date that in a modern sense, we can date
what I'm saying is
based on what
that
they do with
just because you can see admixture in their DNA, you would not still call them Native Americans.
Listen, this is what I don't think you understand. Let me show you something. Take that off the screen.
That should have been real simple there.
No, take that off the screen. I'm gonna show you something.
It should be real simple there.
Can you see this? Take that off the screen.
It's calling your own source. I'm gonna take it off.
Look, let me explain something to you. So we're gonna use we use ancient DNA right now, and we're gonna show admixture in these people. You see this? This is Thuya, Yuya. I think this is the Amana studies or whatever, whichever one. Yes, Amana. But either which way it go, you got Thuya, you got Amenhotep III, you got Tutankhamun, and you got Ramesses. That's the ones that they identify. So peep this out. When you look at it, it says that these people are 93% sub-Saharan African, and they're 6% East Asian, and then they 0.3 Asian. You see that? They have admixture at this point right here. You see this? Do you see this?
I don't see it.
You don't see it?
I'm stopping sharing so I can see it. Let me see what you look at. What you showing me?
So what I'm showing you is some ancient mummies that they took Thuya from the Amana studies, and they added off in King Tutankhamun, which his tomb was sealed, so we know that this is him for sure. But what I'm showing you at this point in time, these people have admixture. They're in the 90 percentile of sub-Saharan African DNA. They got East Asian urine DNA at 6%, and so forth and so on, depending on each individual. And then they got Asian DNA at a low percentage. What I'm telling you is that at this point in time, they have measured their admixture levels. But at this time, they're still sub-Saharan African at 90%. But these people of today, they ain't sub-Saharan African at 90%. They sub-Saharan African at 20%. Do you understand that?
I understand it.
So, Dan, what are you doing? It's just that simple.
Which definition of indigenous? Right now, you can't sit up and filibuster. Listen, this is what I'm saying, yo.
Precise unit of measurement now.
I just heard you. I just heard you. You're trying to use.
They use it, not me. I'm not doing anything.
You are trying to use a person's percentage of DNA
to tell you who's African and who's not. That's what science does.
I'll let you talk. Can you stop cutting me off? You're trying to use a percentage of a person's DNA to determine if that's what makes them indigenous or not.
No, I'm not.
And yes, you are. See?
No, I'm not.
You see how we're now on the same page with that? You're trying to use
which
way are you using the word
indigenous? I'm trying to clarify what's going on. It goes by percentage. Once you become 90% non-African, you ain't no damn African, bro.
We gotta hold on. James, absolutely.
Once you become 90% non-African, you're not African. That's how it works.
That's where you're overextending your argument, right? Okay. And all I'm trying to say.
That's correct.
Right, I've been saying this the whole time.
Go ahead, that good guy. I'm you now.
All I've tried to say is these people can have admixture with people from Eurasia and still be indigenous African. That's it.
Are you using the word indigenous like they can be there before white people?
So when you get to 80, so when your genetics,
you see, James, that's the problem. He's using
They're not even mixed with white people. They mixed with Eurasian people.
You see it? You see, James? That's what he's talking about when he's using the word indigenous. He's not using it the way you're using. So y'all having two different conversations.
What is so okay? Go back again, that good guy. What is he using? Which way is he using it?
They mixed with Eurasians, not white people.
Y'all having two different conversations. He's just saying that indigenous just mean that they've been there for white people. That's it. That's all he's.
Hold up, your phone broke up. What did you say? That good guy?
Logic, state your point. Are you just saying that they've been there before white people? Is that
Yes. They've been there long before the Arab invasion, long before Alexander got there, and they were still mixed with Eurasia.
But this is what I'm trying to tell you. Nobody argues.
I don't want to get into the Eurasian
Nobody
argument. I'm going to say Western.
3,000 year
I'm going to say Western
time
Asian.
frame. Nobody argues the 3,000 year time frame. That's when admission starts. Nobody's arguing that. What we're talking about is when you begin to have so much non-African DNA that you begin to be non-African, like Arabs.
And that's when I gave you the example of the Native American. You can keep mixing with them and they will still be Native American.
Until when?
Look,
so if they 90% European DNA and they still carry 10% of their Native American DNA,
you're not realizing
I'm
how
asking
complex.
you a question. This is a mathematical question.
Let me go ahead and answer your question because I keep telling you can't do it by
That's how this
percentages.
works. I don't know how you're gonna get out of this.
You're trying to hold.
You see, James.
This percentage thing ain't what makes you indigenous.
James, do you understand?
The percentage is not what makes you indigenous, yo.
Percentage is wrong. Yeah, you're wrong.
Peace to the panel. Hold on, Logic. Let me get in here right quick. This is Brother Patah. I've been listening for a couple hours now. I'm just getting off work. But Logic, let me ask you something. So you're accusing, or you're saying that James is using DNA to I guess say whether a person is indigenous. No, James, if you listen carefully, when he goes through the studies, he's using DNA to show the timeline. When they know when DNA genetic modifications happen, they can time that when it happened, or they can say, okay, these people came from this region, from this area, and they migrated over here, or these people migrated from over here and they were in this land first because this genetic modification happened before these other people came. So when you can have displacements, whereas an older people get displaced by a newer people, and that percentage is higher, but you still can see if that's an 80% newer population, you can still see genetically where those people came from. And the 20% of the other population that is either dispersed or very minimal, you still can gauge when those people got there. So he's not just saying that the percentages are who was
I'm saying you're oversimplifying it. And I'm even kind enough to say I don't think you're doing it on purpose, right? Right. So I've typed in the simple question: can you use DNA percentage to determine if a person's indigenous? Right. We can go through all of that. It's not necessary. You get right to the summary. Hold up. You get right to the summary, and it clarifies it. While DNA testing can provide clues about indigenous ancestry, it does not determine indigenous identity on its own.
But it said it could be used.
No, it says it can be used to determine ancestry, but it can't be used to determine identity on its own.
But nobody said that.
So what it means when it say ancestry, you can say this person has some Eurasian ancestry and not, or just Western Asian ancestry and African. It does because he's trying to just show me a percentage and then try to tell me, oh, this person's not African. That's what he's trying to tell me. No,
that's not what he said, though. This is what he said. Logic, listen.
Yes, that is what he's saying.
Logic, listen.
They got there before white people.
He just pulled it up and said, "Oh, they're 90%." This is how I know they're African. No, they're 90%.
Logic. If you can see when integration happened at a certain timeline, that this 80% of this genetic material came into a specific area, and there was a genetic material that was there earlier, and it got displaced by 80%. It was 100%, and then it got displaced by 80%. You can tell that that was an outside entity that came in at a specific time. So that's the clue. But then you go and do other things like archaeology and culture and flora and fauna, and then you understand that, and even history.
Doesn't it say, how you going to try to simplify it when it says it's complex?
You keep saying
right there?
simplify. It keeps
because the information is saying it's complex, and you're trying to tell me, oh, well, all you got to do is this and this. No, you have to take other factors into account other than the percentage.
I just
don't overemphasize the percentage to try to make your claim.
Hold on, logic. It said you can't use it on its own. So what else are you using to determine that?
I just said you're gonna have to count other factors.
No, I said you. What are you using?
What I'm using is that I was just reading another article, right? I'll pull it back up if I need to, where it says that these people's DNA is distinct from East and West Africa, and it holds continuity for the last 55,000 years.
This
That's what it
statement,
says.
it don't help you. It said
So look,
you cannot.
Let's say
distinct means that they came from outside.
Let's take us black people,
something
right?
else other than DNA.
Let's take us as black people, right? We have a lot of mixed in our ancestry, right? You have us in different degrees as far as how mixed we are. My grandma got green eyes.
Logic, but you're still trying to use DNA again.
No, I'm trying to give you an example. I'm trying to give you an example here. All I'm saying is
examples don't help you out, but it says it does.
If you let me finish it, it might.
How? You have to use something else besides.
All right, go ahead.
DNA.
I'm gonna let you talk.
No,
all right.
So you have to, when you pull up something, you have to pull up something other else, DNA, because it says DNA alone won't help your argument, basically.
Okay.
So logic, pull something else other than DNA.
Okay, I got you. No problem.
So,
no problem.
But hold on, man. Hold on. Stop sharing.
Using something other than DNA.
I want to
using something other than DNA. I'm right back to James' article, right? Because after it says that it's a distinct population and it still holds continuity since the out of Africa dispersal. These findings from the northern route as the preferential direction taken out of Africa. In doing this, they solved the puzzle. They resolved the puzzle of archaeology. Now, this is them using something other than
listen, slow down. What they're saying is archaeology had a hypothesis, and they're saying using this genetic study. They're saying they solved the puzzle of what the archaeologist was kind of puzzled on. And
again, we still got two different disciplines, though.
And Neanderthal admixture. See, this is what they're using. They're using that sample of Mota and saying that 4,500 years ago that they don't see this integration.
This ain't that article.
They still was using DNA.
That's a different article.
What?
That's a different article. DNA and archaeology is two totally different things. It's saying right there that they resolved the puzzle.
Man, I'm the one who gave you this source. What are you talking about?
And you stopped reading it too early.
Go read the title of what this says.
You stopped reading it too early, bro. I'm in the conclusion.
No, read the title of what this says. What is
the name of this article?
No, I'm saying, what is the name of this article? I gave you the title. Go read it. See
what's the title of the article?
Watch, he don't want to scroll up.
You see how it said right there?
What is the title of the article?
Why you slowing down on scrolling up so we can see what the title is?
I mean, I don't got no
right
problem
there. It says tracing the route of modern humans out of Africa by using 225 human genome sequences from Ethiopia and in Egypt. That's what they did.
Okay.
So
they're not supposed to talk about archaeology?
So when you get to the part where I was talking about the 700, they sequenced it and found out that that's when the DNA comes in at. That stuff that you reading down at the bottom with the conclusion, they're telling you that, hey, we by doing this, we found that they used that northern route instead of what was postulated with the route coming out of Yemen. That is what this study is about. I read the whole paper. So you going through here, skimming through here, trying to find something that ain't.
I didn't skim.
That's exactly.
I didn't skim. I actually
because you don't
read.
even understand what you're reading. If you didn't skim, then you would have understood.
I'm not understanding clearly what it says right there.
Yeah. You can't comprehend what you're reading, D. Because that's what I read this paper. I understand what the reading the paper.
Well, one thing is clear. One of us is misinterpreting something. That's one thing. That's one thing.
There ain't no doubt about who it is.
That's one thing that's absolutely clear, right?
Sure. So you think I just gave you a source that's gonna tell you something that I don't comprehend? That's what
you definitely have a preconceived notion of thinking that you can just simply use the percentage of somebody's DNA and tell me if they're indigenous or not. You definitely using that.
Man,
then why did they bring up archaeology?
Hold on. When I take a DNA test, they can tell me exactly how much African sub-Saharan, I'm Wayland American. They can tell me how much sub-Saharan African DNA I have. They can tell me how much European DNA I have. And they can tell me how much Native American DNA I have. You telling me they can't do that?
Yeah, and they can use that to put together a picture of what region you come from. Yep.
So this is what this is. They telling you what they did with the DNA of 225 Egyptians and Ethiopians. They telling you
when it says
they identified the genetics coming back in of non-Africans. That's what it's saying.
So when it's your source says it, not me. Your source says that it's been there for 55,000 years, not me.
Homie, I'm not even. Matter of fact, y'all go ahead. Y'all keep arguing.
What you mean?
Guy. Because your
source says that's what the Egyptian DNA look like. Not me.
Go ahead, y'all. I'm through.
The source. You know that, right?
I mean, he's trying to say I'm misreading the source, but that's what the source say.
What the source say? But what the source say happened at 750?
The source say that the population got continuity since the out of Africa dispersal. Do you know how long ago that was?
Well, we talking about 750 AD. What are you doing?
You keep talking about the 750
We're talking about what
AD.
happened in 750.
And I keep reiterating that we're talking about ancient Egyptians right now.
Yeah, but
we're trying to establish who the people. We're trying to establish who. We're trying to establish who
identifies modern Egyptians. We're trying to find out when they got there. That's what we're trying to do.
Act a fool, act crazy, man. Go ahead.
So we're trying to figure out when the modern Egyptians got there, or are they still the ancient Egyptians? That's what this is about.
Before you can talk about who the modern people were, because the Arab invasion had to invade somebody, right? So now we got to be talking about at least who the people originally were for the Arabs to invade. So before we start zooming ahead, let's at least start there.
Man,
that seems
so you agree that the Arabs,
man, y'all got it. I don't know who's gonna talk to him, but I'm through.
Okay, then chill out for a second. Let me read what the article says. Just because you just don't disagree with me and agree with the article, and I'm reading from the article, that don't even make sense.
But hold on, if they're invaders, that means they're not indigenous.
Okay, let's work with that, right?
And
if
brother,
they invade, then now let's explain. So what happens to the indigenous people?
I wish, but I gotta go. But I was listening from the other room, and you don't even really sound like you really honestly. You just trying to refute shit. I was trying to listen.
How am I trying to refute something? I'm just reading from the page
that they showing. You act like you didn't even understand when they told you that the continuity is represented in the 20%. Bruh, I was listening from the other thing. Like anybody can understand that. They not saying that everything got eradicated. Now that these people have 20% GNA and then 80% West Asian, they saying that continuity can be represented in the 20%. I had to come from the other room like he don't understand that.
That honestly, that don't mean that much to me, yo.
That
If
means a
I if
lot.
I'm
It
looking,
debunks everything
look,
you
hold up,
saying.
before somebody start jumping in, and to be honest with you, before you shut this down, I'd
Yeah,
like
I just
to
came to shut it down because I gotta
I'd
leave.
like
Yeah.
to sincerely ask Brother Flag a sincere question.
Oh,
Can I do that, and we could pick back up on this conversation another time?
I don't know. I would name this show "Questioning Logic" or some shit because you
Because
got
I ain't
you
gonna
got your bars
lie,
off today.
I must have hunted hand slapped all y'all just
No,
with
you
reading
didn't.
just
You
this
didn't do
one
that
article
good.
right
You
here.
didn't do that
Oh, I
good.
definitely did.
But
Oh,
you
I
gotta
definitely
ask
did.
Brother Flag whether he's available for you to ask him a question. I don't know if he's there or not.
Out of respect for Smash, a real short question. Real short.
Real short
I
question.
gotta go.
So within Afrocentric circles, right, like private roundtable discussions, do you guys discuss a balance between accuracy and empowerment?
Repeat that again.
What? That's
in y'all's intimate private discussions in the Afrocentric circle? Do you guys have discussions around how to balance accuracy and empowerment?
Accuracy and empowerment. Well, the shortest answer for that is, first of all, I'm not in no Afrocentric group. I'm in an African-centered group. There's no O in Africa. Okay, so let's get that language straight. Okay, that's number one. And absolutely, I mean, brother, I've been in the Association for the Study of Classical African Civilization for over 35 years now. And at one point, Theophilo Benga was a regional president here in the U.S. Is that accuracy enough for you? Yes, we do. That's what our organization is set up for. To set up set up an area, conferences and conversations where we can discuss these issues, document these issues, report back on these issues, and have them vetted for their accuracy. Yes. And the whole point of it is for what? It's so we can reclaim, rescue, and rehabilitate our African selves, mind, body, spirit. That's my answer.
So now you know the Egyptians was Black Logic. Had to clear his throat.
My short answer, my short answer is I wish that was an accuracy.
Why would you have to wish when we gave you facts? You don't have to wish or interject. We give
I mean,
you facts.
from my simple definition of what a Black person is if America released reparations right now, they would qualify for them, and ancient Egyptians wouldn't qualify.
Everybody with dark, neither would people from the Caribbean, but they Black. Neither would people in Africa, but they Black. You make yourself look silly the more you speak, bro. And I'm glad
my experience
we'll take
here in
these
America,
as our closing statements. You trying to tell me people in Africa ain't Black? You ain't making no sense.
My experience here in America is intimate to me. I feel like we have gone through a very unique experience as far as the transatlantic slave trade.
My experience.
I would say our experience is unique in that way, and I would want to have our own culture and experience.
I'm sorry.
I would like to have our own intimate culture and experience to us.
Oh no, I was trying to put you in the waiting room that whole goddamn time. You didn't talk your mouth off today. You ain't made one point. You ain't had not no facts. All you doing is rejecting Black. We put all this. You don't even know that if somebody got 80% DNA that come from West Asia, that the other 20% might have been the indigenous DNA that it mixed with. Like, that's not easy for you to see. That's why you fit in better on shows like the Pseudo Killers or Chefrins or other places. You're welcome back next time, but your 100,000 word query is now up. And all of ours is up. It's not nothing against you. I just wanted you not to be ending the show with that dissension. I'd rather hear from some of y'all, everyone actually, before we get up out of here. Everyone.
Well, my last statement would be, can we play one of them blappers on the way out when everybody get their last statemements in? I want to hear that.
You got a request? Which one? All right, we're gonna play that over Egypt if I can, because I gotta run. I'm supposed to be out already, but But all right. Anybody else?
Well, let me just
Peace.
say, man, that these arguments is pretty much over, man. You done already killed them with the text smash. That's out the way. I came through with genetics, and that's out the way. We're using precise units of measurement at this particular point that identify who is indigenous and who's not. You have to be at least 1 to 4% Neanderthal DNA to be non-African, and it's a wrap. Oh, and genetic diversity is also an identifying factor in identifying non-Africans. We got genetic understanding of this at this point. So both genetics, archaeology, or whatever they want to use, we're equipped to handle the situation at this particular point. So it's over, and I end right there, man.
I like to
Peace. Appreciate. Oh, go ahead.
I would just like to say in closing, thank you, Smash, for being such a wise and patient moderator of your station. It's very encouraging. And I like to reflect back on a while back. It might have been a year, maybe 2 years ago, when the president of ASCAG, Dr. Mario Beatty, contacted Theophile Obenga over in the Congo and asked him for his thoughts on this whole conversation about Egyptians being Black and not being Black that was taking place in the Black community. And our esteemed scholar response was, that's children kicking up sand in the sandbox. And that was the end of his whole, because he's a very serious man and particular about his time. So I just say that.
I don't think I got the time to let everybody say their closing words. My daughter just called me again. I'll hit y'all later. Peace, 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 peace. Thanks for everything. And thanks for all the contributors to the channel. I definitely got time to put that on the screen one more time. Look, because your contributions might change what burger I go get with my daughter right now. So thank y'all for contributing to the show too. The cash apps and all that stuff, I appreciate it. And I'm going to end it like, somebody wanted to end it with that blapper. Since you requested it, I got to do that for my man Patah. You know, let me see. What that song is that? I can do that right now. Everybody get up. Come on. Yeah, y'all wait till we have some live events some more. Y'all all gonna know these lyrics. Alright, I'm gonna step on the stage. My lady's gonna be dancing with the Egyptian clothes on. Woo! It's gonna be cracking. All right.
Hey, Black Egypt on top. All them little clowns and frauds, they won't stop. So I speak like I'm Sheik and the Diop. When they tell us stop saying it's black, we not. I refuted your Egyptologist, she hot. I just hit her with some primary, she ain't got. She a PhD, yeah, we know now. I made the PhD, take the video down. Met Panisu Neil. If you apply yourself, they can't see you. Used to be my main man till you got beat up. Having fights over Egypt. Fights over Egypt.
Don't hit that cash app, man. Show your appreciation for the research. Come on now. Let's go.
Azar black. I said black. Boris black. Don't say that to me. Azar black. I said black. Boris black. Fights over Egypt.
Black gods. Magi archers, we killed the black silk. It was all black when the pyramid built. Wanna learn like us, ain't a course for that. Kemet mean black silk, it ain't a source for that. It ain't a source for that. Now they made that up. Nubian wig had a white braid that up. Garfield wanna know why I'm ahead of your player. When I was studying, you was selling credit repair. And when you wrote your little book, why wasn't the editor there? When I see you, I'ma say, Nick, come here. Stumbles and fumbles when bumping his guns, but he don't wanna rumble. The nigga got humbled and then he said, yeah. You can say that. You can say that. The experts say you can say that. You can call them black people, but I'm saying though, why would they say that? We match our archers too, and I be hella patient trying to walk with you. But now we just debating when I talk to you. I think cats just hate cause I brought the truth. Yup, you brought the truth. Kemet don't mean no black land, it's more like black city, cause of the black people in it. I hit up Egyptologists and make them admit it. And I keep receipts. You like Zahi Hawass, you need your ass beat. You a dog when the charlatan doing all you